What's going on, chat? Welcome to a brand new live stream. This is officially day 5 of our Lies of P Overture DLC journey. Welcome on in, chat. Hope you guys are doing well out there. Happy Sunday to everyone. Hope you guys had a fantastic weekend. Let's get this show started, shall we? It has been a minute. Let's do this. I'm going to swap over to the other screen, and we're going to catch up. I'm going to say hello to you guys. Yeah. Hello, everyone. Howdy. It is Capybara, the one and only. Welcome on in. So, chat, my lovely chat, it has been, how many days? Like, basically 1 day, or like 2 days. I would say probably about 2 days, since, technically, if you count Saturday, and then you count Sunday today as, like, the second day, then it's been, technically speaking, 2 days since I've seen you guys. I think the last stream that I did for Lies of P was on Friday, if I'm not mistaken. And it was a fun time. I really enjoyed it. As I kind of mentioned this on Friday, and I also briefly talked about it in a Twitch Stories update that I uploaded. On Saturday, I was supposed to stream, but I decided that I was not going to do that because I had some other IRL plans instead. So yeah, I'm basically just going to catch you guys up on what I've been up to and kind of tell you guys the stories of how things have been going recently. And, after we get all that out of the way, we can jump on into some Lies of P and continue playing this absolutely gorgeous game. By the way, just to let you guys know, there is a very, big chance that I am going to be eating during my stream. I have here a container of sushi. Basically, I'll tell the story, I'll go through all the details, and explain everything, but this sushi, it came from a restaurant that my brother actually works at. So I stopped by the place where he was working, and I managed to get some sushi, as well as some food for my mom as well. Unfortunately, my mom is not the biggest fan of sushi. I think one of the biggest things is that, my mom really prefers that, when she eats food, she prefers the food to be hot, and she also prefers the food to be fully cooked, right? She doesn't really like eating things that are raw or slightly raw or anything like that. So we got my mom some other food from the restaurant instead, but I got some sushi for myself. Yeah. Welcome on in, Modified, aka Osito. Welcome. Hopefully you had a wonderful day or night. And, yeah. Happy Sunday, happy weekend. Thank you for stopping by. Appreciate it. And I thank you for the subscription as well. It's very, very generous, very kind of you. Yeah. Sushi is one of my favorite, like, Japanese food items. I absolutely really love sushi. One of my favorite restaurants, it's about maybe, I want to say like 30 minutes away from where I live. It is an all-you-can-eat sushi place, and a lot of my friends, they don't really enjoy it because they think that there are other restaurants out there that have better quality sushi. However, the reason why I really like this place is because I think that the amount of food you get for the price that you pay is absolutely fantastic. And, I've been always taught growing up, to, appreciate food that is not overly expensive and food that is, very affordable and very delicious, right? So yeah. But I'm gonna enjoy some sushi later. Before I dig into the sushi though, I'll tell you guys basically a recap of everything. So let's start off with Saturday, because Saturday was a day when I was technically supposed to stream, but I didn't. On Saturday, I woke up in the morning. I think I woke up at around, I want to say like 11:30 a.m. or noon, around there. I kind of had to force myself to get up just because, if it were up to me, I would probably have slept more. However, I had a homework assignment that I had not yet completed. There was a homework assignment that was due on Saturday night, and I needed to, at the very bare minimum, I needed to start working on the homework, right? So I started working on this assignment, and it was an accounting exam, right? Now, the one thing I need to explain to you guys about the accounting exam is, essentially, with this exam, the rules was that, like, if you start the exam, right, and let's say you answer question number 1, when you go to question number 2, you are not allowed to go back to question number 1, right? So every question that you go to, you have to answer each one, in order, right? You cannot jump around, you cannot go back and forth. And let's say that you want to basically take a break from the exam and step away and then come back at a later time. If you click on the save button, it will save your progress and it will allow you to return to the test at a later time. However, one very important thing to take note of is that if, let's say, you are, let's say that you're currently on question number 4 and you click the save button and you exit the exam and then later on you come back. For some reason, the way that the website works is that essentially when you return to the exam at a later time, basically, instead of starting you off at question number 4, it starts you off immediately at question number 5 because it acts as if you completed question number 4, right? So you don't ever want to leave the exam in the middle of a question that you have not finished answering that question, right? So, what ended up happening is I got a little bit, I got a little bit greedy, I suppose. I wanted to kind of test the limits and see what was possible and what wasn't. And what ended up happening is I basically was clicking on different questions in the exam, and I would get a warning message saying like, if you leave the current question that you're on, then it will be, it will be like basically incomplete, right? And I didn't really fully understand how bad this system was until I basically made a very big mistake. Where what happened is, I remember I was like clicking around, I was trying to check different questions. It wouldn't let me. It kept on giving me error messages. But eventually, what I was doing is I was like, okay, here's what I'm gonna do. Instead of like, so what I tried doing is I was on like question number 2. I tried clicking on like question number 4 or question number 5 just to see if I could like take a look at what the questions are one by one, and I could basically get an idea of what to look forward to with the rest of the questions on the test. Long story short, what happened was eventually I was like, okay, I'm not going to look at the future questions. I'm going to try to click on a previous question and go back, even though it gives me an error message, even though, it's not supposed to allow me to do that, right? I tried to. And I remember what happened is I got an error message, and I got very annoyed by it. So I was like, okay, you know what? I'm going to click the save button, and I'm going to close the tab. So I clicked the save button, an error message popped up saying like, oh, are you sure you want to save and exit because you have not completed the current question, blah, blah, blah. So I did that. And then I came back to the exam not a long time after, like maybe 5-10 minutes after that. And essentially, what happened was I was on question number 2, and I had not finished question number 2. It was incomplete, right? And what I was thinking is that it would, when I returned to the exam, it would immediately put me in question number 2. However, when I opened up the exam, right, it automatically put me on question number 3, and I was not allowed to go back to question number 2. So I was like, fuck, this is not a good thing. And I remember that, like, at first I panicked. I was like, man, what am I going to do? And I thought about maybe, writing a message to my teacher, my professor, and being like, excuse me, professor, I made a critical mistake, and I cannot go and answer number 2 now because the website screwed up. However, at the very last moment, before I sent the message to my professor, I remembered something. I remember that, like, during previous exams, you could basically retake the exam from the very beginning to the very end if you did not really, like, score well on the first time, right? So I had this moment where I remembered that, like, you were given multiple opportunities to take the exam. So I was like, okay, let me try that. So what I did is I took my current exam, which I was only, like, I had only completed, I think, question 1 and 2, or, like, 1 and 3 or whatever, and I clicked the submit button, and it was like, are you sure you want to submit? You have not completed all the rest of these questions. I was like, yes, submit it. So I submitted it. I got a really garbage score. I basically failed that attempt. And then I checked to see, is it possible to, retake the exam a second time? And thankfully, much to my relief, it was. So I reopened the exam. I started from the very beginning, from question 1, and I did it from beginning to end. Now, unfortunately, right, so my friends, right, my friends that were basically coming over, traveling from out of state to come and visit, they were going to be arriving here in my, state, at around, like, 3:30 p.m. or 4 p.m. in the afternoon. And, as I mentioned, on that morning, Saturday morning, I woke up at around 11:30 to noon, right? So you know, within the amount of time that I had before I needed to go and drive to the airport to go and pick up my friends, I tried to work on the exam, as much of it as I could. And I think what happened is I basically got all the way to question number 5, right? And by the way, in total, there are 10 questions on this exam. So question number 5, I got to that question, and I answered the question, right? I figured out the solution, and I answered it. And then, you know, before I went on to question number 6, I was like, okay, let me double check and see, are these numbers, do they seem correct, you know? And I found out that it was absolutely wrong. And basically what happened is that, so at the very end of the question number 5, it asks you, you know, a very, very important, significant question, you know, regarding the scenario that you are given, right? And basically the scenario that you are given is that, like, imagine that a company, they have 2 different financial choices. One financial choice will result in, you know, maybe possibly higher revenue, and another one, you know, the second option, maybe what it does is it reduces the cost of, like, running the business, right? The cost of, like, materials and all the necessary kind of ingredients that you need to make the business operate, right? So you have these 2 different financial choices, and you're supposed to do calculations to figure out, okay, if you do option 1, how much money does the company earn? If you do option 2, how is it different, right? How much money, what's the difference? And at the very end of question number 5, it asks you, what option is the best option to choose, right? And it says, option blank is the best one to choose because, and then it says, like, so, okay, I think the phrasing of it was like, option A is better, like, option A or option B is better for the company because blah, 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 right? And then it also said, like, however, right? It said, however, both options are blank compared to the original, like, revenue of the company, right? And so in that blank, you're either supposed to choose higher than or lower than, right? So both of the 2 financial options that you are calculating, they either both have to be higher than the original revenue number that you are given, or they both have to be lower amounts, right? And so, you know, when I got to that last part of question 5, I went back to my calculations and I looked, and the problem that I found was that option 1, it was higher revenue than the original, but then option 2 was lower revenue. And I knew that something was wrong because according to the last part of question 5, both of them have to either be higher or both of them have to be lower than the original, right? It's not like one can be higher, one can be lower. So I looked at the numbers again, and you know, thankfully, I figured out the issue. Essentially what happened is that, you know, there were, I think, 3 numbers that were given in the original data for the company. And what you're supposed to do is you're supposed to take those 3 numbers and use them as the starting point for option 1 and option 2. And then you know, have more numbers that come after those 3, and then you know, do mathematics. You do addition, subtraction, whatever, to get the amounts that you need, right? I found out that essentially, because I was using, you know, like ChatGPT, I was using AI to kind of help me with this. I found out that the AI, it did not use those 3 original numbers. It took those numbers and it increased them. Like, I think the first number stayed the same, the second number was a little bit higher, and then the third number was also a little bit higher. And so I was like, okay, the AI started with the wrong numbers, and that is why all of the following calculations are wrong. They are incorrect, you know? So I needed to essentially start over with the calculations, redoing them from, you know, the very beginning. However, by the time that this happened, right, by the time that I got to this point, it was already, I think, like 3:30 p.m. or it was like 3:45 or something like that. And I needed to go and pick up my friends from the airport, right? So what I did is I told my mom, right? And I said, hey, Mom, you know, I told her, I was like, on my computer, I have an exam that is open. And question number 5, you know, is not completed. However, I have, like, partially filled out question number 5, right? And I told my mom, I said, I either need you to, like, every once in a while to, like, basically make sure that the window is active and that the exam does not close. It does not, you know, exit itself. Because after a while, if the window is inactive and you are not, you know, actively, like, actively entering numbers into the exam and taking the exam, then the exam will kind of time out and it will kind of close itself, right? So I said, you can either keep the window open and active, right, without allowing it to close, or what you can do is you can take these numbers, the corrected numbers, after I figured out the issue, I found the corrected numbers. I was like, you can take these numbers, you can plug them into the question number 5, and then you can click on the save button and have the exam save, and then it'll automatically close and exit itself after it saves, right? So I did that, and I went to go pick up my friends. I got them from the airport. It was a little bit messy because obviously going to the airport and either picking up people or dropping off people, it's a nightmare, right? Going to the airport is not fun at all. But I grabbed my friends and we drove back. So it turns out my friends, they are staying at a hotel, which is basically about, I want to say like at most, it's like a 10-minute drive away from where I live. So it's very, very close to where I live. So, I drove them from the airport back to my area, back to where I kind of live, and I brought them to their hotel, and they checked in, and they met up with a friend of theirs that they were going to be sharing the hotel room with, because they, like, my friend, and then my friend's friend, right, this person that they were going to be staying with at the hotel, they were traveling here for the exact same reason, right, and I think what they were traveling here for is, like, I'm pretty sure it was like the recent birth of, a friend's child, right? So one of their friends had like a baby, and they were coming over here to kind of celebrate the birth of the child. So anyways, I brought them to the hotel, right? Then, after they, dropped off their stuff at the hotel, we decided to go travel to a restaurant and go and eat. And we ended up going to a restaurant that my friend really loves. Like, basically, this restaurant is their #1 spot in this state that, it's kind of like comfort food to them. It's something where, like, they know it's good quality, they know that it's delicious, and they love to visit the restaurant a lot. When they used to live here in the state, it got to the point where they became regular customers of this restaurant, and one of the servers at the restaurant was kind of like friends with them, and he would sometimes give them, a bottle of like Japanese sake with their meal, if they bought food, right? So they had like a really, really good relationship with this restaurant, right? So we went to this restaurant. It was a Japanese hot pot restaurant, and it was delicious. I really, really enjoyed it. The food was absolutely wonderful. It was a little bit pricey, was a little bit expensive, but, it is what it is, right? Like, good food, you can't really complain about it. So we did that, and I remember that, I spoke with my friend, and I was like, hey, I am going to be traveling to the downtown area because I'm going to be meeting up with another friend of mine, and this other friend of mine is acquainted with my friend, right? The one who's coming from out of state. So I was like, do you guys want to go and travel to the downtown area, meet with his friend, and we can, maybe grab some boba tea, we can grab some food or whatever, right? Anything that you guys want. And I remember, like, at first, they were down to, they were like, yeah, sure, we're interested in doing that. But then I think what happened is they ate the Japanese hot pot and they kind of felt full. They felt a little bit tired, and they did not really feel like traveling to other places and like going and grabbing more food or going and grabbing dessert or anything like that. So yeah, my friend, after we ate the Japanese hot pot, they were like, hey, I think that we are good to go. Would you mind bringing us back to the hotel? And I was like, yeah, sure, absolutely. And so instead of like bringing them to the hotel, they asked me to bring them to a nearby grocery store, a grocery market, because they wanted to buy some stuff while they were staying at the hotel. So they went to the grocery store, and they were like, don't worry about us. We will, buy the stuff we need, and then we'll walk back to the hotel that they're staying at, right? And so, I was like, all right, cool. I let them do their own thing, and I drove to the downtown area to go and meet my friend. And, the kind of sad thing is that I was a little bit late because I told my friend, I was like, I'll meet you at around maybe 6:30-ish. And, yeah, I think I ended up basically, kind of going to the mall, and I connected with him. I found him. I think I probably, hung out with him starting at around like maybe 7 p.m. in the evening instead of 6:30, just because, I didn't realize how long we were going to be eating the Japanese hot pot for. And so, yeah, I was a little bit late to meet my friend. I feel bad about that, but it is what it is. However, me and my friend, right, that I met in the downtown area, we decided to go to a nearby, it's like a nearby restaurant slash bar. It's like a sports bar and also a restaurant. And we decided to basically grab some drinks together. And you know, a part of the reason why we were doing this is that my friend kind of wanted to do a little bit of a celebration for my birthday that happened a while back. And so, you know, we went to the bar area, we sat down, and we ordered some drinks, or I should say my friend ordered some drinks. So what we ended up drinking is we got, you know, my friend got one, and I got one as well. We got one shot of tequila, each of us, and after that, we ended up drinking 2 Moscow Mules. I don't know if you guys are familiar with what that is. If you aren't, you can feel free to Google it. But, you know, I let my friend do all of the ordering because he is a lot more familiar with alcohol compared to me. I basically know nothing about alcohol, and to be completely honest, I don't really enjoy alcohol. I don't think that it's that good. But, you know, I wanted to have a good time with my friend. I wanted to hang out with him and celebrate with him. So I was like, whatever, you know, he recommends, I'll drink it. So we took the shot of tequila, right? And I will say for sure that compared to the Moscow Mule, I did not like the tequila as much. Essentially, you know, you have the tequila, you take a shot of it, and on the rim of the glass there is salt, right? They sprinkle salt on the rim, and then they also give you a lime. They give you a wedge of lime, and you're supposed to like suck on it, right? So you take the shot of tequila, then you kind of like bite into the lime, and you kind of like suck on the sour, you know, juice of the lime. And you can also drink water as well after you drink the tequila shot. But yeah, no, I remember I took the shot of tequila, and like immediately my entire body kind of started feeling a lot warmer. And I believe that I got what people like to call the Asian glow, where like your face becomes kind of red, and you know, your ears become red and whatever. But you know, I took the shot of tequila. I was like, okay, cool, I survived that. I did not die. And then we ordered Moscow Mules, right? Now, the thing that happened is my friend, he ordered 1 Moscow Mule for each of us, right? One for him, one for me. And we drank the Moscow Mule. I will say, I think that when you take a look at different alcohols, right? There are some alcohols, in my opinion, that absolutely taste disgusting. Absolutely horrible. I do not like the flavor. But in comparison, I think that Moscow Mules are actually not that bad. The taste of a Moscow Mule is... It's not the best flavor ever, but it's not disgusting. It's kind of a little tiny bit delicious. And so, you know, we had 1 Moscow Mule. Then, you know, my friend also ordered like a tray of French fries for, you know, both of us to enjoy if we wanted to. But, you know, me and him, we kind of just got to chatting, talking about different things in life, you know? And what ended up happening is when we were kind of like basically kind of done with our conversation that we were having, right? My friend was like, do you want to get one more shot before we, you know, leave, just as sort of like a celebration, right? And I was like, sure, why not? I mean, if you think that's a good idea, let's do it, right? And he was like, all right, cool. And he said, you know, if we need to walk around and kind of like, you know, detox from the alcohol a little bit afterwards, we can do that. So my friend was about to order 1 more shot for both of us, right? One for him, one for me. However, what happened is that there was a bartender who was not the bartender that originally served us. It was a different bartender. And what happened is he basically gave us 2 Moscow Mules, right? So he gave us an extra Moscow Mule, right? One each. He gave it to us, and he was like, sorry guys for making you wait. I apologize. Here's your drinks. And he gave it to us. And we did not order a second glass or a second cup of Moscow Mule, right? So, you know, he kind of gave it to us on mistake, or by mistake, I should say. But, you know, since he made it for us, right, we're not going to be like, no, we don't want it, right? So we took the Moscow Mule and we drank it. And I drank the second Moscow Mule. It was not bad at all. I think I very much prefer the Moscow Mule compared to taking another shot of like tequila or anything else, right? And so after that, we were like, cool, we've drinking our 2 Moscow Mules, we're done, let's get out of here, right? So we paid the bill, and we left. Actually, my friend was the one that paid the bill, God bless him. I was about to, you know, take out my card or my family's card and pay for, you know, the drinks, but he didn't let me. And so we walked out of there, and as we were walking out, my friend, he kind of turns to me and he's like, I think we maybe just got an extra Moscow Mule, you know, for both of us for free. And I was like, oh man, that's crazy. Like if we did, then hey, I'll take it. You know, free stuff is free stuff. So yeah, we did that, and you know, after we kind of left the sports bar, you know, me and my friend, we obviously kind of walked together to go to the area where like our cars were parked, and he parked in a different garage, a different location than where I parked. So at one point we basically got into an elevator, and I was getting off at a different stop than he was, and while we were in the elevator, I basically was like, thank you so much, appreciate you, dude, let's hang out more in the future. And I said goodbye to him, and we went our separate ways, right? So I'm not gonna lie, chat. When all of this was done, right, when I was like going back to my car, I recognized that I was like, I was not fully drunk, because I was still conscious and I was still aware of where I was and what I was doing and everything, right? Like I was not in a drunken state, because I've seen drunk people. I know what being drunk is like. I was not drunk. However, I could tell that I was slightly buzzed, right? I could tell that I was slightly under the influence of alcohol, right? Now the biggest problem with drinking alcohol, right? There's kind of two major things that happen for me whenever I drink alcohol, which is why I don't really enjoy it. Number one is that, as I mentioned, my entire body, it like heats up, right? And my face turns red and my ears turn red, right? I don't like feeling as if I'm being cooked in an oven. So that's like one big thing. And then the other major thing that I absolutely hate the most is that when I drink alcohol, I get, like, if I drink a lot of alcohol, I get a really bad headache. It's very annoying, very frustrating. I absolutely hate the feeling. So, you know, as I was going to my car to, you know, eventually go back home, you know, my body was high temperature, and my head was, like, pounding. It was hurting because I had this, like, headache. However, I knew that I needed to go home because, you know, I had an accounting exam that I have not yet finished, right? So I was like, okay, I am slightly buzzed, but I am not intoxicated. You know, I'm not drunk. Therefore, I knew that I had the ability to drive, right? So, again, I want to clarify, I was not under the influence of, you know, alcohol to the point of intoxication. I was just very slightly buzzed. And, you know, I drove back home, right? So I drove back home, and I think there was only one, like, slight mistake that I made when I was driving back home. And I think, I'm gonna be completely honest, this mistake that I made was not due to the alcohol, right? Essentially what happened is, I remember there was this one road, there was this one intersection, and I was gonna be making a right turn at this intersection, and the thing is that, like, this corner, this intersection, it's a little bit small, it's a little bit tight, and so if you're not careful, you know, you could end up, like, I guess, end up drifting into another lane by accident, right? So what happened was, I essentially made this right turn at this intersection, but I did not slow down enough to make a very, you know, clean, concise right turn. And so, you know, my car, it kind of did like a wide turn rather than a narrow turn, right? Since I was going a little bit fast. And there was a car, so, you know, imagine that my car, it's driving, and then it's gonna turn, right? So it's gonna turn, and the road that I'm turning onto, right, there is a car that basically is going here, and it is going into the left turn lane, right? So it's basically going into the lane that is supposed to be right here, where my car is right here, right? My car's right here, it drives straight, and then this car right here, it stops, and it's taking a left turn, right? So when I did the turn, I did a little bit of a wide turn, and I had to, like, correct the course of my car. Thankfully, the car that was, like, you know, kind of heading towards my direction, it slowed down, and it you know, stayed away from my car. And you know, I kind of did a wide turn, and then I had to correct my car. I had to, like, drag my car into my lane, and I did, like, very slightly, I bumped into the curb of the road, the sidewalk curb, but it was not anything major. It was not like, you know, I hit my car really hard or anything like that. It was kind of just like, you know, accidentally made a wide turn. I bumped into the you know, sidewalk, the sidewalk curb, and then I continued driving, right? And yeah, I think, like, to be completely honest, the driver who, you know, was going the opposite direction that I was going, they were very smart, and they kept their distance. So I don't think that there was any chance at all that we would have, collided with one another. I think that he was very far away from me. But yeah, no, I made that wide turn, and that was the only thing that happened throughout the entire drive back home. Everything else, I drove like perfectly. It was as if I was, you know, completely 100% clean and sober, right? So I drove back home, made it back, one piece, no problem. You know, I'm alive, I'm doing well. And so I get out of my car, right? I go back home, and all during this time, again, my body is very high temperature, my head is pounding, it's hurting, and I come back home, and I chat with my mom a little bit, right? So what I ended up doing is I had to sit down in my room, I had to sit at my computer, and I had to finish the accounting exam that I had not yet, you know, completed. And so, yeah, like I literally just sat here and I just locked in and I focused on this accounting exam where I was like, okay, you know, I finished filling out question 5 and I was like, cool, submit, next button, next question, right? So then I go to question 6, you know, I knock it out of the ballpark, eventually I do it, right? And, you know, one by one, I'm going through these questions. I think, I want to say that at around 11 p.m. at night, right? So just to clarify, this exam is due basically at the end of the night, right? So it's due at like I think 11:59 p.m. right? Maybe it's even earlier. Maybe it's like 11:30 p.m. or something like that. I have no idea. But it's due, you know, at the very end of Saturday night. So at around 11 p.m., I was on like I think I was on question 9, and I was like finishing up question 9. So then I get to question 10, and you know, I start working on the question. And I think at some point I got a little bit distracted. I was like, you know, checking out some other stuff on my computer. And I was like, okay, you know, I looked at the clock and I was like, oh, it's 11:30 something, right? So I was like, let me stop being distracted. Let me focus on finishing question number 10 and submitting it and getting it over with, right? Thankfully, I was able to. Thankfully, it worked, and I was able to squeeze in the exam and get it all completed, get it all finished, and submit it. And, you know, I will say, I think that I'm quite proud of myself because I ended up getting, I think it was like an 85 or like 86% on the exam, which is not bad at all. I think that's a fantastic score, and I don't think I could have hoped for any better, especially because, you know, I was in such a rough state with my headache and with, you know, the very, very slight buzz that I had from drinking the, you know, drinking the tequila shot and the Moscow mules, right? But yeah, I did that, right? So that was kind of how my night ended. And, you know, I remember at around maybe midnight or like 1 a.m. in the morning, I fully recovered from everything. Like I was 100% sober. I did not really have a headache anymore. And you know, one of the things that did help is that at around maybe 11:30 or 11:45 or something like that, I ended up taking a like a pain reliever medication. I took like one small pain reliever. So I took that. It helped with the headache, and it basically, you know, brought me back to normal. And yeah, for the rest of the night, I kind of just like made sure that I was caught up in you know, my daily games like Genshin, Wuthering, Nikke, all that stuff, right? And you know, eventually I was able to lay down and go to sleep at around maybe 3 or 4 in the morning. And yeah, so that was what, you know, happened on Saturday. Saturday was a very, very, very fun day. I really, really enjoyed it. Now, to talk about today, right? Let me give you a recap of today, and then after that we can jump into jump into Lies of P. So today I was thinking that I was going to be basically hanging out with 2 different friends of mine, maybe possibly 3. Because, you know, the friend of mine who is visiting from out of state, they said that maybe tonight at around like 8 or 9 p.m. they were going to be, you know, meeting up with a mutual friend of ours, right? And you know, we were all gonna spend time together, hang out, have a good, fun, jolly time. However, instead, I was messaging the group, I was messaging my friends, and they were like, okay, instead of doing something tonight, Sunday night, we're gonna do something on Monday during like lunchtime. So I was like, all right, cool, sounds good for me, right? So I went to go and meet up with my first friend. We grabbed lunch together, we ate some ramen, and it was very delicious. I will say, the ramen, it tasted fantastic, but it was also something that was very, very, very filling. Like, I ate the noodles and I ate the meat, right? I did not drink the broth because I knew that if I drank the broth, I would not be able to, like, I would not even be able to, like, walk around normally like a human being. I would have to, like, rest. I'd have to, you know, kind of take a moment to sit there and let everything digest. But I ate the ramen. It was absolutely fantastic. And my friend also, you know, ate some ramen as well, and we had a great time. I will say, you know, I want to talk about this because this was, you know, this was a learning moment for me, right? This was something where when this happened, it reminded me that, you know, I cannot always be goofy and I cannot always be, you know, a jokester and someone who doesn't take things seriously, right? So, you know, my friend, right, he, yesterday or the day before, he was like, let's meet up at noon, at 12 p.m., right? So, this morning, I think I woke up at around 11:30 or 11:35, and I was like, okay, I need to get ready. So, I woke up, I slowly got myself dressed and got myself ready to head out, and not gonna lie, chat, in my head, I thought to myself, oh, I don't think I took that long. You know, maybe it's, I don't know, 11:45, right? Maybe it's 11:40 or something like that, right? I thought that I had done a pretty good job of getting ready in a short amount of time. However, when I looked at the clock, it was, I think, like 11:50 or 11:55, and I was like, shit, this is not good. So I started driving over to the restaurant, and I honestly was not paying attention to the time because, you know, I thought to myself, oh, I will probably arrive at around, you know, 12:05, something like that, right? It turns out, according to my friend, whenever I arrived, he apparently looked at the time. I think I arrived at the restaurant at around 12:15. You know, I went to the restaurant, I parked my car, got out, walked to the restaurant. It was about 12:15, according to my friend. And unfortunately, you know, like, here's the thing. I don't blame my friend. I think that, honestly, all of the blame lies on me, and I 100% understand why he felt this way. But basically what happened is I walk into the restaurant, and I go to the table where my friend is sitting. And immediately upon arriving, you know, I said, hey, how's it going, homie? Like, what's going on, dude? It's great to see you, right? And my friend, at the very beginning, he was pissed off at me. He was angry. He was disappointed. And he basically, you know, kind of, I think I think the word like shout or the word you know, yell is not correct because he didn't do either of those things. But he basically like kind of lectured me or he like scolded me, right? And he was like, he basically said, hey, dude, you are extremely late. And he said, it's extremely fucking rude to be late, right? And he kind of gave me a talking to. He gave me a lecture, and he was like, you can't do this shit. Like, this is very, very unprofessional. It's very rude. It is, you know, a bad thing, right? And when, you know, when that happened, I'm gonna be honest, I got scared for a second. I got scared. And the reason why I got scared is because, you know, as a human being, I am someone that is very, like, non-confrontational, right? I don't like conflict. I don't like, you know, arguments or debates or fights or anything like that. That is not something that I enjoy. And if I can avoid all of that stuff as much as possible, then I absolutely will. You know what I mean? So when my friend, you know, he started scolding me about being late and basically calling me out on my shit, right? I did get a little bit scared. And yeah, it was not a good thing, right? And I think like one of the big reasons why I got scared is because, you know, a long while back, chat, I used to have a friend of mine, and this person that I used to be friends with, I considered him at the time to be one of my best friends. And unfortunately, due to circumstances that were not under my control, right? There was nothing I could do about it. This person decided that they no longer wanted to be friends with me. And, you know, while I will say very proudly that I acted as an adult and I, you know, basically I cut myself off from my friend and I walked away peacefully from this person. And you know, while I can say that overall it was beneficial for the both of us to have this happen, while that is the case, it still hurt a lot, right? It was still very painful because I no longer was communicating with a person, you know, every day or every other day or once every 2 days that I considered to be a close human being, right? And so when this person and me, we stopped being friends and we stopped communicating with one another, it it sucked. It was really painful. It hurt. I did not like it. And there was a part of me that was very, very, very scared, very afraid that my friend who I was, going to be eating lunch with, I was scared that the same thing would happen with him, that he would be like, I don't want to be friends with you anymore. And it kind of like, I think it kind of triggered this sort of PTSD moment with me. And I just, when that moment happened, when my friend lectured me about being late and really gave me a stern talking to, I remember that, like, the only thing I could do is I basically just I kept on repeating over and over again. I just kept on saying, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Like, I didn't really know what else to say, right? However, after that happened, my friend, he finished giving me his lecture. He finished scolding me, and he basically was like, okay, do you want to eat lunch, or should we leave? Should we, just part ways, right? And eventually I was like, no, let's eat food. Let's go ahead and order something and let's eat, right? And the thing that he told me is, he said, I don't want to sit here and eat lunch if there's going to be just an awkward silence and there's not going to be any talking between us, right? So eventually, me and him, we just started chatting about life. We started talking about how he's been, how I've been, what we've been up to, all that stuff, right? And by the end of it, after we had finished lunch and hanging out, right, things were back to normal. We were, back to the same old friends that we always were. However, I still did feel very bad about being late, and I did make sure that at the very end, when we both left to go our own ways, I did make sure to like repeatedly just say, hey man, I'm sorry, like that was my fault, that was my bad, right? So that happened. It was kind of like a bittersweet moment where I got to hang out with a friend that I very much love and care for. However, at the same time, I was reminded that life is not always, something that I can joke around about and be a complete goofball and be an idiot about, right? I sometimes have to be serious. I sometimes have to be a proper adult, right? And I have to do things the right way. So yeah, that happened. And then I was like, okay, I ate at this restaurant. I had plans to meet up with another friend of mine at around like 3:30 to 4 p.m. And originally my plan was like, okay, I'm gonna drive from the restaurant that I was at to my other friend, because my other friend, he lives about like 30 to 45 minutes north of where I am. So it was gonna be a little bit of a drive. But what happened was, like, after I left the ramen restaurant, I kind of felt like I needed to use the restroom. I felt like I ate a lot of food. So I was like, okay, I'm going to go and stop by, back home. And then I'm going to drive over to my friends. So, I stopped by home. I did the stuff I needed to do, right? Including checking my games, logging into Genshin, Nikkei, and all that fun stuff. And eventually I was like, okay, cool. I should drive over to where my second friend is going to be meeting up with me. And so I drove there. Luckily this time I was early. My friend had not yet arrived. And, we went to a restaurant that serves, like, Asian-style burgers, right? It's very, very expensive. Not really very affordable, but it's decently good quality. I don't think it's the best burgers that I've ever eaten, but it's not horrible. So we went to go eat burgers together, and we basically just got to spend some time chatting with one another, walking around and exploring the other, like, businesses that are, in the same plaza area. And eventually, me and my friend, we went our separate ways. We were done hanging out. I think that was around, I want to say around like maybe 6 p.m. is when that finished. And so after that was done, I could have gone home. I could have drove back home from that point. However, so my brother works at a restaurant, and the restaurant that he works at, normally the location that he would work at is here in the city that I live in. However, they recently opened up a new location up north, and coincidentally, the location is in the exact same city that I was visiting my friend in, right? So I looked up the location of the restaurant on Google Maps, and I found out that it was basically like a 5-minute drive away from where I was at. So I was like, okay, cool. Let me go and pay a visit to my brother at the restaurant, and maybe I'll, you know, buy some food and bring it back home and give it to my mom, right? So I went to the restaurant. You know, my brother, he saw me and he was like, what do you want to eat, right? And so I told him, I was like, I'll take a little bit of sushi. And I told him that our mom wants something that's hot food, right? Not sushi, not anything raw. So after, you know, serving the other customers that were in the restaurant, my brother eventually grabs some food. He prepares some food for us and he gives it to me. And so, yeah, after waiting a little while for the food, grabbing the food from my brother, I then went to go drive back home. And yeah, no, I made it back home. And, you know, during the time that, like, I was driving back home and I arrived back home and gave the food to my mom, you know, my friend who was visiting from out of state, they created like a group chat with me and our mutual friend that we have here. And all of us, we were like kind of chatting with one another through the group text. And we were deciding what we want to do tomorrow because we're not going to be meeting up tonight, obviously. And we decided that we were going to check out a Mexican restaurant located in the west side of Seattle. And mainly the big reason why is because my friend, right, not the one who's visiting, but the one who lives in the area, he lives in like the West Seattle location. And unfortunately, he is, you know, very busy taking care of his parents. His parents, I believe, are at the point where they're kind of elderly. They're kind of, you know, grandmas and whatever, right? And grandmas, grandpas. And so I think basically what he told us is that, you know, he has to be the sole caretaker of his parents. And you know, he cannot leave his parents unattended for a long amount of time. I think he said like the max that he can be, you know, away from home without being there for his parents is around maybe like 3 hours, maybe 2.5, 3 hours, something like that. So we needed to find a place that was like not too far away from him, right? So we eventually decided on a Mexican restaurant located in the West Seattle area that I've been to before. And the very like coincidental thing is that I went there, I think last year, and I went there with my friend, the one who I ate lunch with, right? The one who kind of like lectured me about being late. I think about a year ago, or maybe like 2 years ago, I went to this restaurant with him because a long time ago, this other friend, he used to live in like the West Seattle area, right? So I would go out there and I would visit him and we'd go and grab some food together. So, you know, this Mexican restaurant, I've been to it before. It's very delicious. I love the food that they have. And I feel like, you know, it's a very comfortable, very cozy restaurant that is very suitable for, you know, all sorts of customers, right? Whether it's one person coming alone, whether it's a family, whether it's like a group of friends, right? I think that this restaurant is very, very, you know, accommodating, right? So, yeah, we decided that we were going to go to that restaurant basically tomorrow for like lunchtime, right? So, yeah, and then you know, after that, that's basically it. You know, I came back home. I basically hopped on to, you know, Genshin, Nikkei, Wuthering Waves, made sure that all my daily stuff was done. And I was like, cool, you know what? I have some time to stream. Why not go live and stream? Why not play some Lies of P tonight? Because I want to enjoy some free time. I want to enjoy more of the DLC. And I did not want to basically leave you guys without any stream on both Saturday and Sunday. You know, I wanted to stream at least one of these 2 days. So I was like, fuck it, you know? And the good news is that basically tomorrow, my only plans that I have is I only am going to be spending time with my friends, right? That's the number one priority. That's the number one thing. And other than that, I'm not going to go to class. You know, I don't have any like schoolwork stuff that I need to do. So today's like a perfect night to go live and stream, which I'm very happy about. But yeah, that's kind of a recap. That's everything of what happened on Saturday and today. Yeah. In any case, let's dive on into some Lies of P. I've been yapping for way too long. One whole freaking fat hour of yapping is what I've been doing. Let's go ahead and jump on into the game here. Let's see. So I'm going to do that. I'm going to do that. And perfect. Awesome. All right. Let me turn up the audio volume here. That beautiful music. Okay. Very nice. And we'll jump on into where we left off in Lies of P, which I don't even remember where it was. I think it was like right outside the ship, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, this area. This area, which is a lot of fun, chat. I love the ice area. Definitely not a difficult area to deal with. Okay. Surely there's not going to be any more of those stupid fish, right, chat? Surely we're not going to get bombarded by some annoying enemies. Okay. Be careful, chat. We want to make sure that we don't get hit by any annoying fish. I don't know what the hell this thing is, but I don't like it. Okay, well that was a horrifying creature that I never want to fight again. Okay, nicely done. Okay, I'll wait until all these small guys get over here. I don't like that guy at all. This guy does not seem fun. What's up, dude? Okay. Ooh, that was clean. Okay. Easy win. Get wrecked, boyo. Ooh, nice. Resplendent Ergo. I like that. Alright, let's keep going, chat. What are we gonna find over here? Surely not any more goddamn annoying enemies. Oh, that's a big guy. Oh, that's the ice shard guy. No, thank you. No, sorry. I don't like fighting that thing. By the way, chat, I don't really know what I plan to do, you know, with this idea, but I just came up with this really stupid idea where I thought to myself, you know what? Fuck it. I have not really been doing a lot of you know, social media advertising, right? Like I've not really been I guess like not really been showing off my Twitch streams and like content creation stuff on other platforms. The only other platform that I've really been somewhat very barely active on is YouTube, right? And so, you know, I kind of just thought to myself, maybe since nothing has really come out of YouTube, maybe it's time I just face the facts and I, you know, kind of come to the realization that I may need to try out a different social media, such as, you know, like TikTok, for example. Now, I do want to be very, very, very clear, and I want to, like, you know, make sure that it's well known for everyone out there. For those that don't know, I absolutely hate TikTok. I think TikTok is a garbage social media. I do not think that any part of TikTok is, you know, like, beneficial. I don't think that it is a positive, good quality social media app. I think it is just pure trash garbage, right? And I do not use TikTok, and in terms of, like, you know, me going around and like scrolling through different TikTok uploads from other people, that is not something I will ever do. I will never use TikTok as an entertainment app to watch things on. However, I thought about it and I was like, you know what? All the younger kids these days are using TikTok. Maybe I should, try to put myself on there, even just a little bit. So my idea that I currently have right now is, to be completely honest, I think I'm just going to upload my clips that I take from my, Twitch channel, and I'm going to just, like, export them to TikTok and just, like, leave them as is, right? Without really changing anything, without doing anything. I think that's the game plan, because, yeah, I'm very curious. It's like a little bit of an experiment. I kind of want to see if I just take my clips from Twitch and post them randomly on TikTok, what will happen? Will anything happen from that? Yeah, very, very interesting to see what the answer is, right? Ow, that hurt. Okay, alright, alright. This item is probably not going to be worth... Oh, it is worth. Okay. Surprising. I'll take that. I'll gladly take that. Ancient Disc is always a nice thing to have. Okay. This does not look like a good area. Maya's Journal. XXXX. Salau set out to sea 2 days ago. In the end, I couldn't stop that damned old fool. As if all the monsters suddenly appearing and throwing everything into chaos weren't bad enough. Why must that stubborn old man make me suffer so much in my twilight years? But it's not just him. It seems everyone here has suddenly lost their minds. More and more villagers are suddenly insisting that they want to die. It feels like I'm the only one who cares about the village anymore. Let's start by checking in with the residents next door. The rest of the words are smudged and illegible. Very interesting. Fisherman's Weathered Key. That looks like a way forward over there. Krot Lighthouse. Okay, okay. Krot Mysteries. The Haunted Lighthouse. The legend of how the Krot Lighthouse came to be called the Haunted Lighthouse is quite famous. However, even the most avid storytellers do not know the name of the ghost. In life, the ghost's name was Columbo, who was Krot's lighthouse keeper, but all knew him only as the Portly Keeper, for he was said to have been a greedy glutton. Columbo used his position to extort money from boat captains, giving light only to those who paid. They say he amassed a huge fortune that he hid in a secret location only he could access. The treasure has never been found, leading to rumors the keeper became so portly by eating all the treasure himself. The townspeople cursed Columbo with their every breath. Some believe the curses worked because one day, Columbo vanished. Like his treasure, he has never been found. The lighthouse could not be left unattended, so the townspeople appointed a new keeper. But that keeper suddenly resigned, driven from the post by the cries of the ghost that haunts the lighthouse. This repeated with the next keeper, and the next, and many more, all fearing the wrath of the ghost. It was only after the keeper changed 7 times that Columbo's ghost finally fell quiet. Even now, it is said the screams of the portly keeper can be heard echoing through the lighthouse when storms lash the shores. Perhaps the sounds of howling are Columbo raging at the townspeople who cursed him. Surely this is all fake, right, chat? Surely there's no such thing as the portly keeper. Right? We're just imagining, right? What the fuck is this? Okay. I'm gonna grab the Stargazer really quick, chat, and then we'll head down this area. I want to explore whatever the hell that open area is. Seems very intriguing. Okay. We shall explore this open area. Which is surely not a dangerous area where something is going to kill us, right, chat? Surely. Okay, yeah, we are royally fucked, chat. Those are the stairs just breaking, and this is a, this is a dead end. We are royally fucked with whatever monster that happens. Okay, okay. Yo, what's going on, One Cup? How are you liking the DLC? One Cup, this DLC is kicking my fucking ass. This is from a guy who has beaten the base game several times. This DLC is hard as shit. And what I would recommend for you, my friend, if it were my, you know, advice that I could give, I would probably stay away from spoiling yourself on the contents of the DLC. But if you don't care about spoilers, that's perfectly okay. You can feel free to watch along, right? Okay, chat. What are we about to fight? This does not bode well. This feels like we are going to get our asses whooped real hard. Probably just gonna mute Twitch and put me on the side for the viewership. I appreciate that a lot. You don't have to, but I appreciate you, homie. Whatever you're fighting, kick its ass. I hope I can. It's gonna be an uphill battle. It's gonna be real difficult, but we'll see. Must be another rabbit costume at the lighthouse. Could be. I would not be surprised. That might be true, Osito. Alright, what the fuck am I fighting here? Oh, for fuck's sake. Okay, grab attack, sure. Can you let me do my thing? Wow. That is ridiculously garbage. I don't like that at all, chat. Holy moly. Yeah, I have realized, chat, there's one thing that I absolutely fucking hate in any Souls game, whether it's Lies of P or another one. I hate enemies where they basically hit you, you know, 30,000 times, and they do it in like rapid succession where you can't really perfect parry everything. It's just like so annoying. I don't like that. Alright, get over here. I blocked that. Grab attack, okay. Okay. Sit your ass down, you dumb, stupid thing. I blocked that. I beg your pardon. Nice. Let's fucking go. Okay. That scared the shit out of me for a moment, chat, because what happened was, like, with that, like, the death of that enemy, right? It kind of, like, immediately transitioned to the camera, completely, you know, shifting. And I thought for a second that, my character had, like, teleported somewhere or something like that. That was really weird. However, thankfully, that is not what happened, so I'm glad about that. Okay, half moonstone. Gracias, Osito, gracias. That was very, very nicely convenient for us. I definitely was happy about that. Ah, I think I see where we are. Maybe. Is this a new area? Or is this one that I've been to before? Oh, I think it's an old area. Because I rested at the Stargazer, and, yeah, when I rested at the Stargazer, it reset everything. Okay, okay. Alright, back to the Stargazer, chat. And I'm gonna also take a moment here to see if I can open up this container of sushi, and if I can eat a little bit of sushi. Just a little tiny nibble, tiny snack. If I can open the box. Oh, there we go. Got it. It's open, yay. All right. Ooh, that smells delicious. I love me some sushi. Okay, so we explored there. Now, let's see here. Let's go downstairs. What is downstairs here? Investigate. This is the place shown in the decoded frosted cipher machine text.
The whole thing's just suspicious. Think about it. There aren't really that many places someone as heavy as that lighthouse keeper can hide in.
Oh, Osito, you did not have to. Gracias, muchas gracias. Oh my god. Don't do that. Don't donate. Go and donate to other better streamers. I am not worthy of the bits. I appreciate you a lot. This is the place shown in the decoded cipher machine text. The raised floor panel seems sensitive to weight.
Suspicious. Think about it. There aren't really that many places someone as heavy as that lighthouse keeper can hide in.
Hold on, chat. I have an idea. We got a brand new amulet. I'm trying to find where it is. This one? Ooh. Ooh, we did it, chat. So what I did just now is I basically changed my character's weight from light to very heavy. Very heavy. And basically it made my character, you know, able to push down on this platform here. That's a really cool secret. I like that. I like that a lot. Alright, so let's remove that, and let's go for... Where is it? Hunter's Amulet +1? There we go. Alright, what's this? Lighthouse Keeper's Journal. They brought bars of gold and made a request. Their ship's movements are not to be recorded in the official logs. It's a truly profitable deal. The local fishermen are nothing compared to them. They arrived at the lighthouse again, loaded with a generous payment of gold bars. What are they transporting that's worth so much to keep secret? I snatched a box when they weren't looking. All I found inside were bottles of medicine. The idiots didn't even notice the box I nicked. I sold all the bottles on the black market. I told them it was medicine, so I got a great price. Later, Maxime said that none of his customers ever returned after buying the medicine, but I don't see how that's my concern. My treasure trove is growing. All these fools are making me rich. The writing is smeared with blood. This is a joke, right? I only nicked a few boxes. They had plenty. Why would they do this to me? I'm trapped. Why won't anyone help me? I'll starve. I can't eat treasure. Someone get me out of here. It's the karma, chat. The karma got to him. Damn. That's crazy. Well, rip to the lighthouse keeper. He ain't alive anymore. Okay, this door apparently can't be opened. Young Fisherman's Letter. It's been a few days since you rowed out to kick the bucket, old man. You'll have to drink that beer you love so much in heaven. If you make it back, I promise I'll go to sea with you, even if it means we might die. Even if monsters leap from the waves all around us. Fishers gotta fish. If we're going to shake in our boots, we ought to do that on the water, right? Whatever, you old coot. Just come back safely and soon, or I swear I'll drink your last remaining beer. An old, dirty, and unlabeled beer bottle. It is well past its expiration date. A beer bottle kept for a long time by a poor elderly fisherman. The fisherman hoped to drink this last bottle of beer while boasting after a big catch. Very nice, chat. Okay, so now we can talk to the old fisherman dude and give him his bottle of beer. Is that Rosara out there? I think that's Rosara. Is that you, Rosara? What is she doing at the lighthouse? Can't go there. What is this cutscene, chat?
Hey, buddy, see that? Over there. We found it. The Rose Estate. Leia should be nearby.
Hell yeah.
It's full of sadness now.
Rosara, I see you. What are you doing up here, Rosara?
Oh, it's you, my forever friend. I'm so glad to see you again. I followed the white butterfly here. I found the Rose Estate, but it's full of sadness now. I can't go inside. I'm okay. I have you. My new friend who looks like my old friend. You gave me the world again. I miss my old friend, but it's okay that you're not him. You're on your own journey, and I think that's wonderful. Will you promise me something? When your journey ends, let's meet again in a pretty place. Rizora will wait for you there.
Rosara's treasure, photo of the Tree of Friendship. The Tree of Friendship, this tree was planted to celebrate the expansion of Krot City Hall. May many find respite beneath its boughs and build joyful memories. Very interesting, chat. Very interesting indeed. Oh, wait. There's a door. I need the Black Rabbit Hole key. Ah, I have not found it, chat. I have not found the key. Unfortunate. Okay. So, we went here to the lighthouse. Now, we need to go this way because we have not explored this pathway.
Huh. Okay, now, don't quote me on this, but I'm pretty sure the legendary stalker is nearby.
I mean, I can see her footsteps. Surely, chat, there will be a cutscene, right?
Who are you? You look familiar. Wait. This is Romeo's locket. No. This is something very dear to me. Thank you for returning it. But, before all that, how did you find me?
Wait a second, chat. I don't know if I'm hallucinating. I might be dead wrong about this. This might be just me looking like a complete, absolute idiot right now. But for some reason, Leia looks a little bit, at least a little bit, like Laxatia. I don't know if that's true. I don't know if that's true. If that is true, that is huge. That is absolutely a really, really big reveal. And if she is not Laxatia, then I'm happy. You know, I'm not going to be upset about that at all. Because having Leia be her own separate person is really fucking cool as well. Alright, how did you find me? About finding Leia.
I see. The tracker. He told you about me. He never could fix that irksome quirk of his. Always wasting his time on lost causes. But he doesn't extend his trust easily. His faith in your character speaks volumes. Does that mean I can trust you?
You can trust us.
Fine. I concede you are not my enemy. If you were, the tracker would have made sure you never reached me. The fact you're alive means he trusted your intentions when he sent you here.
About how the tracker is worried about her.
The tracker has always looked after others. That's the principle that guides him. Comrades would be a better term to describe us than friends. That said, he is the reason I'm listening to you now. Just don't ask me anymore.
About the photo in the locket.
This photo. It's the last print left. A pity it's damaged. A memory of me with my 2 apprentices. Happier days now gone forever. I was tough on them. I was such a fool. I never appreciated how precious our time together truly was. When tragedy befell us, I couldn't face the past. But Romeo kept the locket for me. To tell you the truth, I couldn't bear it. It was just too painful to see how happy we'd been.
About Romeo's whereabouts.
All this is the work of that damned Alecchino. We have a history. When he ran rampant as a serial killer long ago, I was the one who put an end to his reign of terror. He was evil to the core. So during our battle, I did my best to destroy his body. Perhaps he holds a grudge against me over that. I had heard the ego of a murderer awakened within his ego. But can a puppet be considered human through ego alone? I don't even know if a puppet is capable of holding a grudge like a human. But since he dragged Romeo into this, I will not let it stand.
About where Romeo is.
Alecchino left me an invitation to meet. To think he was under my nose the entire time. I searched everywhere for him. Insanity. No time for regrets. Romeo is at the Rose Estate. Along with that damned puppet.
Alright, let me help you, Leia.
Do you truly mean that? You'll be putting your life on the line. I'd like to say I don't need your or anyone's help. But the last time I fought Alecchino, I just barely managed to get the upper hand. And that was when I was healthy. There's no guarantee I'll win this time. With Romeo's life at stake, I accept your help. From one stalker to another, I, Leia Florence, ask you to fight with me.
About the next steps.
We must find a way into the Rose Estate. Despite outward appearances, its defenses are formidable. And the bigger problem is, I've lost my key. So, you and I will have to work something out when we reach the gates.
Give her the key.
The key? What? How? You must be part Crow. You certainly hoard everything you come across. This is the key I lost a while ago. Well, this will make it much easier to get inside. The entrance to the Rose Estate is further up the mountain path. Head out once you're ready. I'll wait for you outside.
Hell yeah. Damaged poster. A defaced poster featuring an image of a missing person. Holes have been torn out where Romeo's eyes should be. On one part of the poster, a map showing a path leading to the Rose Estate is drawn in red ink.
Romeo, This is likely my final message to you. I am off to battle Arlecchino to save you. I'll do whatever it takes. Your survival is all that matters. Nothing else comes close, not even my life. There was nothing admirable about my life. But I did what I could. In the only way I knew how. I know Carlo's death scarred us all. I know it changed everything. But we endured. There was always hope. And it was because of you. Without you by my side, I would have been lost long ago.
Come on, we need to follow her.
Be careful. The enemies here are not to be taken lightly. I'll kill you all!
At this point, you become the NPC.
Get it together. Hold their attention. Not too shabby.
God, I fucking love that weapon she has.
It's not too late yet. Let's head to the estate.
Shepherd's amulet. Okay, okay.
You have some skill. You must have had a good teacher. Your stance, the way you move, it's oddly familiar. I'll kill you all! Out of my way. I will endure. I must. At least until we reach the estate. skills. No time to waste.
Okay. Alright, alright.
You have some skills, I must admit. Have we met before by some chance?
Hello, my name is Carlo.
Nothing to stop us. This is the end! Die! Can you still fight? Then prepare yourself. Keep moving. We just need to cross this bridge. Let's make this quick. This is the end. Die! We're wasting time. Meet your end. I'm almost there. Don't you dare die on me. I cannot lose Romeo. I have to save him. I must. I will. Damn this snow. We must hurry.
We need to talk to Giangio. We need to get a cure.
Look, the Rose Estate. Keep moving. Let's put an end to this.
Okay, nothing this way. Nothing this way. Okay.
Here, I have the key. We made it, but I may have pushed myself too hard. You go ahead. Check out the situation. I'll follow soon. I just need to take something for the pain. I'm sorry. Head on inside. I'll be right behind you.
Okay.
What happened here? Wait, could this be the Monad Charity House tragedy? But that was the petrification disease, wasn't it? This is just a massacre.
Sometimes lies are told. Let's see here. Wishstone. Swap it to friendship. Very likely we'll need that. Okay, okay. Let's go and talk to the old man, shall we, chat? Give him his booze. By the way, I have a little bit of a funny story that kind of happened on yesterday, on Saturday.
It's time to celebrate my triumph, and a beer is just what I need. Ah, good. This is the bottle of beer I saved. I bought 3 bottles of this brew after my wife left me. I already drank 2, and now this is the last one. The one I swore I'd only open once I caught the fish. Did you praise my catch to the villagers and the brat?
Everyone was impressed with your catch, of course.
Did the brat crack a grin? Oh, I bet he did. It's why I caught the fish, to teach Manolin a life lesson. That we are not made for defeat. That humans can be destroyed but not defeated. Let's raise a toast to victory with the beer I saved for this day.
Fisherman's weathered key. A key worn and weathered by frequent use. Stained with seawater, it is rusted in several places. A key with a cord to wear around the neck to prevent it from being lost even in high waves. The old fisherman never took this key off, not when fixing the nets or going out to sea. Nice. Yeah, so chat, the story that I can share with you guys. So I was, you know, at the restaurant with my friend. We were eating shabu shabu, which is Japanese hot pot, right? And so they give you with the shabu shabu, they give you like a bowl of rice, and you can eat it with you know, the soup, the meat, the vegetables, all that stuff, right? And you know, I also was given a pair of chopsticks, you know, to go with the meal, right? So that I could eat the rice. And nice. So I had some chopsticks, and I remember they were like the like classic wooden chopsticks, right? Very similar to the ones that I have right here. And so I took them out of the holder, the like piece of paper or whatever, right? And I remember I like broke it apart, and I kind of like very quickly kind of brushed it against each other to make sure that there was no wood shavings or whatever, right? And I don't know how, but at some point I remember I looked down at the chopsticks, and I realized that one of the chopsticks that I had, I was holding it upside down. So, you know, with the chopsticks, usually there is the bottom part of it, which is supposed to be like kind of skinnier, and then the top part of it, which is supposed to be thicker. It's supposed to be bigger. And I had one of them turned the other way around so that the big fat part was at the bottom. And I didn't even realize it until I was like midway through eating. And at that point, I was like, you know what? I'm just not even gonna bother fixing it because I already made the top of it dirty by, you know, picking food up and whatever. So I was like, whatever, it is what it is, you know. Old Fisherman's Letter. To my beloved Clara, the day you collapsed coughing up blue blood still haunts my nightmares. At first, I wallowed in sorrow and tried to follow you. Then, I remembered the words you spoke to me, a shabby fisher on the day you became my wife. Do not turn your back on the sea when it beckons. I bought 3 bottles of beer to drink with you. Now, only 1 bottle remains. Do you remember that young brat Manolin? I've entrusted the last bottle of beer to him. Now I head to sea. Don't worry, my love. Come what may, I will always return to you. Such a sad tune playing. Damn. Alright. We can probably teleport to the old Hotel Krat, the Eventide, and just immediately go there. So we have to talk with Alidoro, and we also have to collect the golden coin fruit.
Any enemy of the alchemists is a friend of mine. The door only opened for someone of great weight. Ingenious. Who would have thought? Well done. You have the keen mind of a detective. To condemn the lighthouse keeper to such a cruel fate, though, I'll never be able to stomach their evil wrongdoings. As long as the alchemists rule Krat, tragedies such as this shall never end. Thank you for revealing another truth. Without you, the alchemist's secrets would have stayed locked away forever. More problems remain, of course. For all intents and purposes, Krat remains under the thumb of the alchemists. I know that what I'm doing is something that must be done, but I often feel like I'm fighting alone in meaningless battles. The enemy is great, and I am but one man. Will my efforts ultimately be in vain? Will the terrible truths I know ever be revealed to the people of Krat?
They will be, and Krat will be saved.
You fascinate me. You talk of future events as if they've already happened. Your words bring great comfort. Thank you. They also remind me yet again of the person I must protect. My only family, someone whose life I pray shines with truth. I may be destined to toil through life, mired in deceit and lies. But my wish is for her to live happily. That's the sole reason I remain here and continue to fight.
Hell yeah. That's what we like to see. Alright. Let's take a look at the record keeper. Let's see. Oh, we're missing 2 records. Okay, we need 2 different records, chat, that we have not collected yet. Okay, let's go and grab the gold coin fruit. Okay. Let me go back out here. Okay. So, let's see here. Monad Charity House. I wonder if maybe I should check out the Rosara, location, or multiple locations now. Or if I should, like, try going through this building here. Hmm. Um... The Tree of Friendship. What is this one? I don't remember this one here. Okay, yeah, I did this one. Okay, I remember that one. Alright, I remember that one. In front garden of Krot City Hall. Let me see here. Krot City Hall. Do we have that location here? So there's a tree in the front garden of Krot City Hall. Maybe going to the courtyard is a smarter idea, chat. And then maybe going kind of backwards from the Stargazer. That might work. So there's supposed to be a tree. Will you be my friend? Everyone is gone. I'm all alone now. Damn. Maybe I'm supposed to interact with that at a later time, chat. Maybe there's like a specific moment. Alright. Let's continue going through the Monad Charity House and getting closer to Arlecchino. Ah, okay, okay. So it's after I finish it. Okay. Cutscene time?
Not you. Not like this. This wasn't supposed to happen. Romeo. Why does this keep happening? Is it me? Is it my fault? Romeo. You never should have had to suffer this. Not you.
Here's what I will say, chat. Obviously, this is really bad. Obviously, this is horrifying. But there's a chance that Romeo is still alive, and only his arms were cut off. Romeo's letter. Master Leah, by the time you read this letter, I will be at the zoo, taking care of the matters I recently informed you about. Please don't be concerned that I am acting on my own. I am not a child anymore. I hope instead you will focus on getting some rest. Your health won't improve without it. I will bring you some fine coffee that suits your tastes when I return. Your faithful apprentice, Romeo. Blood spattered photo. A photograph of a young man whose blonde hair is streaked with blood. His face is not visible. Yikes. Okay, there's an upstairs area. Does she just say the same thing?
You deserve to be happy.
Yeah. Alright. Well, now we kill Arlecchino, chat.
This is horrific. To see the arms of her apprentice like that. Do you think she'll be okay? I mean, that would destroy anyone, regardless of their resolve. The only way we can help her is to find Romeo.
Okay, so that's a shortcut door. On the potential of the murder puppet, the most honorable Sir Simon. The second experiment involving Puppet A is complete, and although rigorous testing must still be conducted, so far we have avoided any major conflicts or issues. As expected, this puppet is a small, even insignificant thing, but it is self-aware. In fact, it believes itself to be human. We will continue to observe the subject in hopes that it is able to master the appearance, if not the truth, of human thought and behavior. We believe it could be quite useful to you in the future, Sir Simon. When we procured the puppet, it was so severely damaged it required a full set of new limbs. Because it was so thoroughly destroyed, even I had doubts about whether we could recover it to an operable state. The repairs took longer than expected. We ask for your patience and understanding regarding this. Respectfully, Sergio, Puppet Manager. I don't know who the fuck Sergio is, but he really fucked up. He made a bad mistake. A petition to the Order. To the esteemed and honorable Sir Valentinus, or Valentinus. Firstly, while I understand your appreciation of Simon's talent, you must understand how malicious the man has become. I have confirmed he actually procured a puppet driven by the ergo of a deranged killer. A heinous thing, tainted with blood, and as dark as the abyss is deep, simply so he could study it. I have heard it said that if you gaze for too long into the abyss gazes also into you. Yet the abyss, we are told, is the way we must go if we are to emerge into the light. But what light is to be gained from embracing the mad ergo of a remorseless killer? Please, before it's too late, you must take action. Sanction him. Your faithful aide, Arden. I don't know who this Arden guy is, or woman, but they sound very smart. Don't tell me. Ring celebration photo 18XX. May your future days be naught but happiness. Oh boy, chat. Oh boy. The Rose Estate, the cradle of truth. I don't know about cradle, chat. Where did she go, chat? Where did Leia go? Leia disappeared. This is not good. Sophia's diary. XXXX. This petrification disease has everyone frozen with fear. Frozen, except for the trembling. Father ordered the quarantine measures at the first sign of trouble, and Antonia's music has helped calm and comfort those desperate people, many children, who fled here. If the quarantine works, this winter will pass with no further trouble. But nothing could prepare us for the pain of losing someone so precious. We're still recovering, especially Romeo and her. I pray for the safety of those still outside. P.S. Simon asked to meet at the harbor, but I declined. It's far too early for the next food shipments. What could he want? It's good. It's good she declined.
Wait, this must be Sophia's room. So, she was here when all this happened.
A family's happy memory. My family. They're everything to me. In honor of Carlo's upcoming coming-of-age party. Leia, Carlo, Romeo. God damn, chat. This is painful. This hurts. Another letter from an old friend, undelivered. The first part of the letter is missing. I know you're angry about what you've read. I am sorry for my rudeness, Antonia. That is what Grandmaster Geppetto, the head of the workshop, would have sent you. This is different. This letter is from your old friend, Giuseppe. Antonia, ever since that day, I can't recognize this world. I was intolerant, an ambitious man who came to believe his own genius reputation, only focused on one thing, reaching the pinnacle of this field. When I learned of Vanini's brilliant work, I didn't want to acknowledge him. How dare he try to outdo me? I was vain, only satisfied when the world's praise and attention were all mine, and my world was a gilded treasure chest that remained utterly empty. Camille taught me there was still hope. Worlds even an empty man could still live for. That's the trouble with finding heaven. Losing it is more terrible for having known it in the first place. I'm not the man I was before Camille, but I'm no longer the man I was when she was still here. I needed her eyes to see the world without pain, her soul to learn how to love it. Yet no matter how hard I try to remember now, it all slips through my fingers. My world has lost all color. I think I understand to my very bones the old saying, hell is the pain of remembering loss. So I'm an empty man again, Antonia. Even now, Giuseppe Geppetto is no different than a puppet's hollow shell. I have one last worry, the child. I decided to let him try to live in Camille's world, and that meant a world without me. Thanks to you and the Monad Charity House, the child grew up happily. I think. I am grateful. Leaving the child was selfish, I can't deny it. Leaving him to grow up without parents was unforgivable. And yet I still believe it was the right path. Instead of growing up in a world of ash and ruin, Carlo had you. I hope someday you can forgive this old fool, Antonia. Your friend, Giuseppe. I don't like any of this, chat. Okay. I should probably fight those enemies up there. It's probably a smart idea. Oh, he does two. Okay. Okay. There we go. There we go. Nicely done. Nicely done. Alright. Anything else that I missed in this area? Doesn't seem like it. Seems like we grabbed everything. Let's go down then. Alright. So we rest up, and then we continue forward. Oh, I see you. What's up there, buddy? Frenzied amulet. Okay, okay. Hmm. Alright. I see the both of them. Okay. Thermite? Sure, sure. To more years of service and dedication at the Rose Estate. Oof. All of these chefs here, they just absolutely, you know, turned into carcasses and went crazy. Okay, nicely done. Nothing else over here. We already checked over there. We already... Oh, okay, this is the exact same room. Okay. Checked over here. Okay. Alright, we're looking good. Let's go down. That's a big thing. Okay. Kind of reminds me of the monsters in the Arch Abbey area. Bring this guy over here. Okay, so he does explode. That's good to know. Okay, alright, alright. Be very cautious and careful here, chat. Nicely done. Okay, what's this here? Going back up, it seems. Edict. Purification for the great truth. We will purify these heresies for the great truth. For leader Valentinus, or Valentinus, will not. He is a feeble turncoat. He has halted research into ascension and abandoned the path of truth. He has dared place the Great One's physical form into the hands of heretics and unbelievers. These heresies cannot stand. As the inheritors of the sacred truth, we must take control. You are commanded to cleanse the remnants of heresy from the Rose Estate. Purify the site. All others will continue on the pilgrimage for truth, guided by noble Sir Pystris. Awaken, evolve, ascend. Purify the Rose Estate and the cathedral with divine elixir. That doesn't sound good, chat. That does not sound good. Hello, old friend. I blocked that? Okay. Hell yeah, baby. Accusation against Simon. Sir Valentinus, or Valentinus, with the utmost sincerity and all due respect, this will be the 9th indictment. I write to you now, not as Luca, senior counselor, but as Luca, your protege. As I've said, I strive to live by your guidance and lessons. You know of this, I'm sure of it. So it's with that same sincerity and respect that I will continue to indict Simon. An assembly must be called regarding all this immediately. Not only is he using Ergo for personal gain, he is carelessly exploiting it. He's even gathering followers and convincing them that he will lead them to ascension, to godhood. He is making no effort to hide his true intentions, but it's not too late. Please, call an assembly. I will prove everything. Senior Counselor Luca. Well, I'm going to guess that they did not have a council. Okay, free quartz. I cannot go here. Okay, so that's a dead end. That's good to know. Alright. Elevator. This one is bright white glowing. What could be inside? Letter to Valentinus, or Valentinus. A letter folded with great care. It is written in steady, neat handwriting. Sir Valentinus, I hope this letter finds you well. I wish to apologize for the manner in which I abandoned my duties, which bordered on betrayal. I love this family, but walking the monad path proved too painful. I lived in constant fear of being dragged down into the darkness alongside you. I could no longer endure gazing into that yawning abyss. I decided I must walk a different path. I am truly indebted to you for all you have done, for taking me in and raising me, and for the great authority you placed in my hand with the rose sword. I intend to use the power of this sword you gifted to me to fight for something righteous. Oh, Father, it embarrasses me even now, but I truly wished to call you that at least once in my life. The feelings inside me, as I watch my apprentices grow, make me wonder if you felt the same way gazing at me. Your grateful daughter, Leia Florence. Okay.
This must be Valentinus and his wife's chambers, if I had to guess. So many bloodstains. I don't think they made it out of here alive. Even a former leader of the Order was helpless when death came calling.
Here we live, here we remain. We are eternal. Oh boy. Oh boy. Those words did not age well. Oh shit. Why is there a handprint here? And someone broke into it and took it. That's not good, chat. None of this is good. All of this is bad. Great Master's Letter of Excommunication. To my young apprentice, I'm told you have succumbed to delusion and abandoned the path of truth, Valentinus. Valentinus. The human heart can be pitiful, but it is resilient, and I see you are unable to discard your connections to family. But your greater sin, handing over the Great One's arm. You have fallen so regrettably far. I have no choice but to inform you that in the name of the Council, I declare you excommunicated. As we once shared the bond of master and apprentice, I have personally created this excommunicant's cure for you, though you may not have time to take it. I've heard my sea monster is on the move, and he is headed your way. You, who will not see the thread of eternity, make your choice. To live and rot as a human, or to bloom into the next phase of evolution as your final act. Unfortunately, the question is rhetorical, for the matter is out of your hands, Valentinus. Valentinus. So many secret pathways, chat. I'm gonna rest here. That's annoying. That was a dirty trick right there. I don't like that trick. But I respect them for trying. Okay. Ah, there's a ladder, I see. Okay, okay. Nicely done, chat. Alright, let me grab these items here. There's one blue item. There is nothing here. And then over here there's a blue item. Okay. And then in here there's a blue item. Nice. Very, very nice. Okay, free treasure chest. I like it. Courage amulet. Very interesting. Okay. So, let's take the ladder up here. And let's see what enemies await us. Nice. Nicely done. Almost got hit there. That was very dangerous. Yeah, that... I don't know if that's a jump that we can make, chat. Doesn't really feel like one. Ooh, nice. There we go. That's clever. I like that. Now we'll have an easier time with platforming around. Okay, so here we go. Okay, ergo crystal. Go ahead and move this one. Ooh, nice. Okay, okay, hell yeah. Unlocked a pathway there. Okay, let's do this, chat. Easy jump. Okay. So we've grabbed all the blue items. We are Gucci. You're good to go. Let us run. Nice. Sure, I'll drop down there. So we go here. Ooh, hello there, buddy. Okay. Okay. Ah, that's annoying. Really? Nice. Ooh, Rose Garden key. A key obtained from within the Rose estate unlocks the door to the Rose Garden entrance. Of all the gardens in Krot, Lady Isabel's Rose Garden is said to be the most beautiful. Having lost their caretaker, the roses now gleam crimson, an ill-timed vision of bloom amidst the backdrop of white snow. Interesting. Okay. The last battle. The end of this overture is approaching. Revisit the unfinished stories from your journey, unspoken words, and unfulfilled promises May all disappear when the overture ends. Okay, chat. Here we are. This is apparently the final battle of the DLC. I don't know if I'm ready for this. Okay. Let me see here. So level up. Let's go ahead and get our... Yeah, our vitality leveled up. I feel like there's some stuff that I should probably do, but honestly, I don't really know what exactly I'm missing out on. I mean, I don't have any notification showing that I need to, like, go and talk to anyone, so there's that. Let's go to the hotel.
For now, I can only do what I can. I intend to fight to whatever end. Someone must, or else all hope is lost. I believe we both fight to protect someone dear to us. Is that not so? I had a hunch. Call it Tracker's instinct. It is time for us to go our separate ways. I wish you luck.
I wish I could save you, Alidoro. I wish I could tell you that you need to watch out for Parrot.
Well met, Master Stalker. Are you well?
I have 7 discs. Okay. Now I have 4. Okay. Yes, yes, yes. Hi, kitty. Beautiful little thing. What to do, what to do, what to do, chat. I'm gonna check with the merchant here and see if the merchant has anything that we have not purchased that we want to unlock.
Always happy to make a transaction, whatever the case. Just let me know.
Okay, I bought everything from him. Now I need to figure out where's the like next merchant. Maybe it's this guy over here.
So, what is it you need?
What's going on, Yvain Domain? The homie, the legend. My god, it's been a minute. How you doing, homie? It has been a minute. By the way, chat, I'm gonna give a shout out to Yvain. Everyone go and follow him. Everyone go show him some love. He's an absolutely amazing human being. And then, I'm also gonna give another shout out to One Cup of Water, because he was here earlier in the chat, and I love him a lot. He is a good friend of mine, so go and follow him as well. But yeah, Yvain, it is so awesome to see you. One question I'd like to ask Yvain, I'd like to ask, so this, let's see, today is Sunday, right? So this upcoming weekend, right? Not the weekend that just now ended, but this upcoming weekend, June 28th, I believe it is, there is the Soba meetup, if I'm not mistaken. Are you going to be attending? Because I believe that I will be attending with a lot of my friends, fellow content creators, and I'm looking forward to it. I'm very excited for it. And I hope you will be able to join. I hope you don't have a date night. You won't be at this one? Ooh, that's a shame. That's very unfortunate. But, yeah. Anyways, let me see. I think I missed some messages here. How the heck is Lies of P? So, Yvain, I don't know if you caught the last, the last, like, maybe 10 minutes of my stream, but we just now, right before you arrived, we just reached the final boss fight of the Overture DLC, right? We have not fought the boss, we have not attempted the boss, but we have reached the final boss fight of the DLC. If I were to give my thoughts on the DLC so far, I think that the DLC is absolutely wonderful in terms of, the story, the music, the visuals, right? The sort of like world design, right? I think it's fantastic. I will say that on the other hand, right, I think there has only been one singular boss fight that I have enjoyed, that I thought was actually really well designed, and that I felt was not unfair, not unbalanced. And I think, like, so throughout the DLC, there are many different side bosses, and there's also like the main major bosses. I believe that there are a total of, I want to say 3 like major bosses that are like, you have to fight them, you have to beat them to progress, and they are critical, they are crucial to the story and everything. So out of those 3 main major bosses, plus all of the assorted side bosses, only one of those bosses has been one where I'm like, this fight is good. I had a fun time with the fight. I enjoyed it. It was very satisfying to win, right? I feel like the rest of the fights in the DLC, they have at least one aspect to the fight that is complete bullshit, and that I do not like, and I think it's unfair. But outside of the shitty bosses, everything else about the DLC, incredible. I am really, really loving it. Yeah, that's what I'll say so far. And I think that, I would say that the cost of the DLC is $30. In my personal opinion, I think it's worth $30. If you want, you can wait for a sale. You can wait for it to be like $20 or something. But I think $30 is a very good price. I don't regret buying the DLC when it released. So yeah. And, what I will say to you, Yvain, and this goes for anyone and everyone out there who maybe is fascinated by Souls games and Souls-like games, right? If anyone out there is looking for a Souls game, however, you are not, a very, like, hardcore Souls veteran, you're not someone who is experienced with the games and who is used to the punishment and the pain and the suffering, I do think Lies of P is not a bad game to start with. Because, just as a reminder for people out there, when the Overture DLC dropped, they released a setting that allows you to adjust the difficulty to suit your tastes. So if you want a Souls-like experience that is not brutal, that is not painful, that is not pain and suffering throughout the entire game, you can set the difficulty of the game to be a lot more forgiving and a lot more focused on lore and story and cinematics, rather than, you know, causing you just pain and forcing you to fight a boss 50 times over and over again, right? So if anyone out there wants to dive into their very first Souls-like game, then, you know, definitely check out Lies of P. I think it's absolutely worth it. It is an incredible game. Massive shout out to NeoWiz, and massive shout out to Round 8 for creating, you know, this wonderful work of art, in my opinion. Yeah. You can set things to Yvain mode. That's a clever joke. I like that. I like that a lot. Yeah. I think that on the easiest difficulty of Lies of P, obviously the bosses are still somewhat challenging, but you are not going to be smacking your head against a wall, unable to, you know, eventually beat a boss, right? I think that at some point you will be able to get past the boss on the easier difficulties. Yeah. Hella dope and sad at the same time. Yeah, like, here's the thing that I feel. So, when it comes to difficulty in Souls games, right? I have a very split approach. You know, my opinion is very, you know, very much like trying to understand all sides and trying to understand all perspectives. On the one hand, I think that it's incredible that Lies of P is available and accessible to more people out in the world. You know, more people who would maybe never have ever played Dark Souls or Elden Ring or any other Souls game, right? I'm glad that more people are given the opportunity to try playing Lies of P if they want to. At the same time, right, while that is the case, as I am a veteran of Souls games and Souls-like games, and I am an enthusiast, I enjoy these games, you know, despite the punishment. As a Souls veteran, I do kind of find it a little bit lame that, you know, the difficulty aspect, you know, I don't like the fact that basically you are given an option to not experience it. You know what I mean? I'm not saying that people out there should, you know, never play Lies of P. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that, like, one of the appeals of Lies of P, the thing that defines its uniqueness and how creative of a game it is, the difficulty is a part of that. It's an aspect of the game. And when you kind of remove that away from the game, it's like removing a very crucial part of its identity, and it no longer really becomes a Souls-like game. Rather, it just becomes like some random, you know, simple, plain action RPG game, and that's it, right? And yeah, like, the way that I've always felt about this, you know, update that they added is people out in the world can do whatever the hell they want to do. If they want to play Lies of P on the easiest difficulty, all the power to them. Let them do their own thing. However, for me, I will always stick to the hardest difficulty. I will always stick to what the developers intended the players to experience. And I know for a fact that the hardest difficulty is what they intended, because that is how they released the game when it initially came out. So I'm not going to rob myself of that experience. If other people want to play the game a different way, that's fine. I cannot tell them how to live their lives. But for me, I will always do things my own way, and, you know, I will always try to play the game in its true nature, right? So yeah. More accessibility is great, but as a Souls-like game, you don't know? Yeah, exactly. Lame, You can say that, though. If you're going to play the game as its core. Yeah. If you think it's too hard, go check out a streamer that can play it well and follow the storyline. Yeah, that's fair. Like, I would say, you know, one thing that I even love to do with games that I really enjoy is there will be people who basically they take all of the cinematic cutscenes in a game, whether it's Lies of P, whether it's, you know, any other action RPG game out there, right? They take the cinematic cutscenes, they kind of like smush them together and they kind of edit it so that it kind of feels like a movie per se, and they upload that to YouTube. And it's like, hey, if you want to experience the story, go and check out one of those videos. Go and watch it on YouTube. Go and experience the story that way. That's kind of what I did with Expedition 33. But, yeah, I think that, you know, if you are someone who decides to instead try and, you know, complain about the lack of a difficulty toggle in Souls games, I just feel like that is not a valid argument. I do not think that that is, you know, a good perspective to have, in my opinion. But, yeah. But anyways, yeah, Yvain, that's my answer to how Lies of P is going. Overall, I am really, really enjoying it, and I am very, very, very happy that, you know, I am able to play this game now rather than, like, waiting for another year or whatever to dive into the DLC. I will say that, you know, there was one very, very sad thing that happened with my journey through the DLC. Essentially, I would say that 99% of the DLC, I went in and I experienced it blindly. I was not spoiled on anything. However, there is a particular content creator, a particular amazing person who he does challenge runs, like Souls challenge runs. And he'll do like hitless runs, or he'll do runs where he can only use particular weapons or particular items or whatever. And I subscribed to him on YouTube because I wanted to watch his videos. I wanted to support him, right? Because I think he's a fantastic, very skilled, very talented challenge runner. And unfortunately, he uploaded a video on his channel, and basically the thumbnail of the video, as well as the title of the video, it spoiled the, you know, final boss of the DLC. It revealed who it was. And I accidentally saw that like video. It appeared on my YouTube recommended page because I was subscribed to his channel. That was probably the like only singular disappointing thing that I experienced with the DLC, is getting spoiled. But even still, you know, I'm not gonna let that take away from what I feel is the amazing quality of the DLC overall. Yeah. But overall, no, I think that getting to experience the DLC for the most part completely spoiler free and blind, I'm quite happy about how my journey has went so far. And yeah, I'm definitely going to be replaying the DLC at some point in the future. Maybe not immediately, but at some point. The only thing that I dread about the DLC is that there are some side bosses that exist, which I absolutely despise. Some of the side bosses in the DLC, they are legitimately more annoying and frustrating than the main bosses, which is crazy ridiculous when you kind of think about that balancing, you know? Yeah, but anyways, what I think I'm gonna do, chat, let me see here. So, I think we checked all of the merchants. I could be wrong, but let me see. I want to take a look at my achievements in Steam, and I want to see how close or how far I am away from 100% achievements. 48 out of 53, so I'm missing 5 achievements. What are they? Collect all weapons and Legion arms in the Forgotten Time. Collect and listen to all records in the Forgotten Time. Okay. I think for the collectibles, I'm going to take a look at the Wikipedia page, or maybe I search up a YouTube video about the collectibles, and maybe I go through that and I see where all the different, you know, locations are. By the way, chat, I thought I'd bring this up since Yvain was, you know, in the chat and he was hanging out and lurking and whatnot. So I remember, I think it was like the very first day that, you know, I added Yvain as a friend on Steam. I think the very first thing that I saw, which was, it made me chuckle. It made me smile when I saw it. I think I saw that Yvain on Steam, he was playing, I think it was Kingdom Come Deliverance. Either Kingdom Come Deliverance 1 or 2 on, you know, Steam. And I think that he was playing the game at like 2 or 3 a.m. in the morning. And I was like, what the hell is this man doing? Like, honestly, it made me smile, it made me laugh, and I was like, damn, this guy's now he's a true gamer. Now he knows the degen hours, you know. Yeah, it was just a wonderful thing to see as the very first sign of activity after adding Yvain on Steam. That it was absolute comedy. Oh, Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. Okay, okay. Going hard, going insane with games. Hell yeah. All over the place, can't control myself. Dude, let me tell you something, Yvain. Let me tell you something. PC gaming, when you get like the first taste of it, it's like something unlocks in your brain and you're like, "Oh my god. This is perfect. I need more of this. Give me all of it, you know?" And it's just it's beautiful. I love PC gaming. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I hope you're enjoying, you know, whatever PC games that you have available. You mentioned you were playing Guild Wars 2. Guild Wars 2. Nice, 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 nice. My never stream again. That would be so fucking hilarious. Where it's like you put out a message on your channel. You're like, hey guys, hey chat. Sorry, I'm officially quitting my streaming career because I am too addicted to playing games offline. That would be absolute perfection. That would be amazing. Yeah, man. Playing too many games? That's the life, man. That is the life. PC gaming has never felt better. Yeah, yeah, it's so good. It's so good. Yeah, like you know, it's been a long time since I have, you know, been a PC main gamer, and nowadays I look at consoles, I look at, you know, PlayStation or Xbox, and I just look at the console. I'm like, what are you? Who are you? Like, I don't recognize you. I don't know. This PC, this is my baby. This is what I work with. I play everything through the PC. It's so convenient. It's so nice to have a PC available. And yeah, you know, especially when it comes to multiplayer games, co-op games. You know, if you and your friends are all on PC, you guys get to game together. It's fantastic. Yeah. So now the question is, Yvain, when are you diving into the Souls genre on PC? When are you diving on into Elden Ring or maybe Night Rain or something similar? I'm very curious. Never? Damn. I'm sure your brother is you know, very happy with that answer. Yeah, yeah. But yeah, it's great that you got yourself a PC. I'm very, very happy for you. Can't wait to see what you end up playing on stream, what you end up, you know, experiencing. Yeah. By the way, I did want to ask, how has your journey with Undertale been going? Has that been put on hold a little bit? Have you paused that game a little bit? Because I know that once you got your PC, you were like, there's so much other stuff out there I'd rather be experiencing. He's still pushing, but it'll come along at some point, you're sure? Nice. On and off, but you're loving it so far? Hell yeah. Glad to hear. Glad to hear, man. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, no. It is... Yeah, no. I think Undertale is a very, very, very special, you know, project made by one game developer, right? Yeah, absolutely wonderful. All right, let me see here. You know what? Yeah, let me. I'm gonna look up a video on YouTube. So, Lies of P Overture, all weapons. How to get all 10 new weapons Overture DLC. No, that's a showcase. No. Okay, let me watch this video and let's see. That is loud. That is very, very, very loud. Okay, so Royal Hornbow. I should probably take a look and see what weapons that I currently have in my inventory, and I'll triple check and see. So Royal Hornbow, I have that. Lorenzini Bolt Blade and Handle. I think I do have that. Where is it? Yeah, Lorenzini Bolt Blade. Yep, I have it. Death's Talons. I think that one is, Marchiona's weapon, if I'm not mistaken. Let me check this video here. Yeah. Yeah, okay, it is Marchiona's. Okay, okay. Maniac's Pinwheel. I have that one. Puppet of the Future's Welder Blade and Handle. Did I not grab that one, chat? I guess I didn't. La Vendetta. That one is the explosive one here. Arch's Guardian Blade. I have that one here. Pale Knight. Oh, I think Pale Knight is, that one is the boss weapon, if I'm not mistaken. Let me verify. Yeah, it is. Okay. Pale Knight, okay. And then Silent Evangelist Macehead Handle Location. Okay. Okay. Puppet of the Future's Welder Blade. Security area. Where does he go? Up the ladder. Okay. Through here. Okay. Down this hole. Oh. Oh, that's why I never found it. Okay. Alright. I think I know where to go for this weapon. I think I know, chat. Do you have the claws? I did not exchange for the claws yet. No, I don't have them yet. Alright. Let me see here. Let's go ahead and... We're gonna go here. Teleport. Let me go and grab my golden coin fruit, and then we'll go to the location where the weapon is located. Yeah, we have to go back to the prison area, the ice prison, which is not an area that I enjoy a lot, but you know, we'll make it through. We'll survive. All right, chat. I'm trying to grab me a piece of sushi here, but it's kind of fat. The sushi is massive. Like, let me see if I can show it to you guys. Come here. Hi, gatito. See, this is the sushi. It's absolutely massive, and you cannot grab it like around the edges. You kind of have to grab it side like this, you know. All right, let me see if I can eat it. Yeah, that was really good. I like that sushi. You love sushi? You can eat 2 whole rolls. You have no self-control. I mean, that's a solid amount of sushi. I think for me, I can probably... I think I've eaten 4 rolls without, you know, feeling full. Like, I've eaten 4 rolls before, and I felt satisfied after I ate 4 rolls. And I was like, okay, this is a good amount of sushi. And I was like, I'll stop after 4. I could probably do 5 if I really wanted to stretch it, but... yeah, it's not something where, you know, I want to... It's not something where I, like, want to stuff myself completely full where I can't move anymore, you know? Alright, so... Let's see, up here. Through here. Oh, hey. Hey, 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 hey. That's rude. Oh, you bitch. Bye-bye. Did I go the wrong way? I think I did go the wrong way. Give me a second, chat. Alright, so I'm supposed to go over here. Oh, there's one of those. Oh. Piece of garbage. That's annoying. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. Okay. So then... Okay. Yeah, there's no way that door would open from that side. Oh, there's the shortcut. Okay. Okay. Bye-bye. Open door. Grab weapon. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. Okay. Hell yeah, baby. So, this is all that we needed. Let's go ahead and teleport back. Let's see. What kind of sushi is my favorite? My favorite type of sushi, I think it's a mixture. So, I would say that one type of sushi I really enjoy is called unagi. It's called eel. So, broiled eel. I don't know if you've ever tried it, but in Japanese, the name of it is unagi. That's what they call it, unagi sushi. And then the second one that I like is I really like shrimp. Shrimp is something that I find to be absolutely delicious. So in Japanese, they call it ebi. Ebi sushi is what they call it. And it's very, very, very good. But yeah, I would say those are my two favorite. And I don't really like... There's not really a clear preference where it's like I like one way more than the other. It's kind of like both of them are my top favorite overall. That is what I would say as my answer to that question. Yeah. Yeah. Anyways, okay, so let me check this video here. Hornbow, we have that. Bolt Blade, we have that. Death Talons, we can exchange for that. Pinwheel, we have that. Puppet of the Future, we just got that. Vendetta, we have that. Arches, we have that. Pale Knight, we can exchange. And the Silent Evangelist Macehead, we got that. Okay, okay. Very nice. So now, all records. Complete Rosara quest to get Lisrim record. Alright, give me a second, chat. I'm gonna take a look at my game, and I'm gonna compare the list that we have. All of these are, I think, the old ones. Okay. Lisrim record, we got that. Okay. The clear blue sky. The clear blue sky. Okay, we got that. Okay, we got that. Yep, the clear blue sky regular. Golden Nightmare. Yes, we got that. Brain in a Vat Nightmare record. Yep, we got that. Cypher Machines Quest Survivor record. Yep, we got that. Golden Lisrim. Yes, we got that. The Last Survivor record. Okay, how do you get the Last Survivor? Let me see this. I wonder if this is like a record that is tied to like the end of the game, maybe. After you defeat the final boss, go to the hotel. Leia's recollection is on the table. Listen to it to get the Last Survivor record. Okay, okay. Alright, perfect. Sweet. So we have... Yeah, we have technically gotten, you know, all, yeah, we've technically gotten all weapons and all of the records. We just need to obtain the last record, and we need to listen to it. We need to listen to all of them, actually. Okay. So, let's see here. Let's go to Hotel Krot, and I'm going to, yeah, I'm gonna try to buy the weapons from good old Mr. Klaus. The rare ergo weapons. And then maybe that'll give me the achievement.
Master Stalker, are you well?
Maybe. Trade rare ergo. So we have Death's Talons, Pale Knight. And then, okay, okay. Increases stamina consumption and damage for normal attacks. Increases attribute damage inflicted on enemies affected by the same attribute status ailment. This is a really, really, really good amulet, and I really want to get it. But, yeah, it seems like I'm gonna have to wait until I replay the DLC a second time to get this amulet. Okay. Alright. There we go, chat. There we go. We got the 2 brand new weapons from the DLC. Let me check my Steam. I want to see if I got the achievement or not. It didn't give it to me yet. I wonder, am I missing a Legion arm? I don't think I am. Let me take a look at the list here. Oh, that's just talking about the Legion plug. Oh, okay, I see now. I see, chat. So yeah, basically the final weapon that we need to grab, the final weapon is the one that I believe we're going to be able to get after we fight the final boss, if I'm not mistaken. So yeah. Okay, let's do this, chat. Yvain, getting some rest. Appreciate you, homie. Hope to, yeah, hope to catch you in a stream at some point. Maybe if you go live, I'll be able to watch. And, yeah, you know, since we are not going to be seeing each other this next weekend, perhaps we can find another day that we can, you know, get together and grab some food, maybe grab some drinks if you want to drink. I'm down for anything. You know, Yvain, basically this weekend, right? So yesterday and yeah, basically yesterday, today, and also tomorrow as well, I've been meeting up with actually multiple different IRL friends, and I've been having a wonderful time. It's a great way for me to get away from the mentality of school and work and whatever, so I'm always down to hang out, yeah. Yeah. Let's grab some sushi? Absolutely, hell yeah. I know that there is an all-you-can-eat sushi spot that I enjoy, but if you don't want all-you-can-eat, if you want, like, maybe some more authentic sushi, there are definitely some restaurants that we can find around, absolutely, yeah. But in any case, for now, we can, yeah, we can say good night to you and get plenty of rest. Get plenty of rest, and I'll chat with you later. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Appreciate you. Yes, sir. Good luck indeed. I will need all the luck that I can get. So, if this puppet, if Arlecchino is similar to other puppets, let me see here. I'm gonna change this one to Luminous Rhinestone. Maybe Electric? Which stone is good? Okay. Alright, here we go, chat. First attempt. We are definitely going to be dying, but let's see how this fight goes. Are you excited? Very. I really hope I get to fight with Leia against Arlecchino. That'll be an incredible fight if I get to tag team it, you know. Alright, here we go, chat. Quiet.
Where's the legend I faced before? Shut up, you filthy puppet! Oh, no. I must ask. Did you actually believe you could save your beloved apprentice? And who might you be? Oh, how sweet! Now our guest of honor, Leia Florence Monad, takes the stage one more time. This is the end! Die! Oh, now this technique. This one I know.
I'll make sure your wish doesn't lose its light. I swore an oath to Carlo. I swore I would never be late again. I won't lose anyone else! Not Romeo! Not anyone!
This is exactly what I've been waiting for! This
There's a phase 2. I know for a fact there's a phase 2. Get up. Get your ass up.
The alchemists offered me nothing but boredom.
What the fuck?
You two. You'll offer me something greater. Won't you?
What the fuck are we
Come on,
fighting?
show me! Share your pain!
Show me your truest fears!
As you wish. I will carve dread into your eyes that will haunt you forever!
Time to exit my stage!
That's insane. Holy shit, what is that fucking phase? Oh my god, okay, okay. Cool. Plan number 2 is, yeah, we Aegis. We are not gonna be able to use Fulminous at all.
Oh, how sweet! Now our guest of honor, Leia Flora Smonad, takes the stage one more time. Oh, never fails. Humans are just so breakable. Even the legendary Stalker fears the Reaper.
Shut up. Shut up. I swore an oath to Carlo. I swore I would never be late again. I won't lose anyone else. Not Romeo. No, not anyone.
All right.
Go on and show me! Share your pain! Show me your truest fears!
As you wish. I will carve dread into your eyes that will haunt you forever!
Time to exit
My
stage!
god, holy shit. Oh my god. Okay, so I don't have enough stamina to basically, you know, block that attack. Alright. We're gonna have to learn how to perfect guard, chat. It has to be done. Come on, Leia.
Oh, how sweet! Now our guest of honor, Leia Flora Smonad, takes the stage one more time.
I will tear off your damn head and rip out your egg! That is, if your soul is even in there!
My soul. My soul is here, my soul is there. My heart is my soul, and it is everywhere.
I swore an oath to Carlo. I swore I would never be late again. I won't lose anyone else!
Oh.
Not Romeo! No, not anyone!
Go on and show me! Share your pain! Show me your truest fears!
Ow.
As you wish. I will carve dread into your eyes that will haunt you forever!
Time to exit my stage!
Yep. Okay, okay. Alright, alright. Alright. Yeah, I'm gonna have to learn how to block that attack. It's gonna be rough, but I can do it. It's gonna take me a lot of tries.
Oh, how sweet! Now our guest of honor, Leia Flora Smonad, takes the stage one more time. Ouch!
I swore an oath to Carlo. I swore I would never be late again. I won't lose anyone else! Not Romeo! No, not anyone!
Go on and
Share your pain! Show me your truest fears! Time to exit my stage!
Wow. Wow, that is incredibly powerful. I cannot believe that, like, I was sprinting to the side and I could not outrun those skulls. That's insane.
Oh, how sweet! Now our guest of honor, Leia Florence Monad, takes the stage one more time. Time to exit my stage.
Oh boy. Oh boy. I got greedy there, and I thought that, like, I could maybe stagger him at the very beginning. But yeah, it was a failed attempt. Okay.
Oh, how sweet! Now our guest of honor, Leia Florence Monad, takes the stage one more time. Fun. Not very legendary here, Stalker.
This is... I swore an oath to Carlo. I swore I would never be late again. I won't lose anyone else! Not Romeo! No, not anyone!
Go on then, show me! Share your pain! Show me your truest fears!
As you wish. I will carve dread into your eyes that will haunt you forever!
Time to exit my stage!
Nope. Nope, 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 nope. Nope, 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 nope. Okay. Alright. I have an idea. Yeah, I have an idea.
Oh, how sweet! Now our guest of honor, Leia Florence Monad, takes the stage one more time. Whoa! Oh, my dear, you're far too slow. Too slow to save Romeo.
I will rip that foul mouth clean off your face! I'll make sure your wish doesn't lose its light. I swore an oath to Carlo. I swore I would never be late again. I won't lose anyone else! Not Romeo! No, not anyone!
Go on then, show me! Share your pain! Show me your truest fears!
As you wish. I will carve dread into your eyes that will haunt you forever!
Holy shit. Okay.
How stubborn and foolish! How very human of you! I see it in you, you know. Pain, fear, loneliness.
Shut up!
Not a whiff of them from the boy over there, but you are a time to exit my
Holy
stage.
shit. Wow. Wow, 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 wow. That was powerful. This guy is insanely strong. my god.
Oh, how sweet! Now our guest of honor, Leia Florence Monad, takes the stage one more time. Oh, never fails. Humans are just so breakable. Even the legendary stalker fears the Reaper.
Shut up! Shut up!
Whoa.
I'll make sure your wish doesn't lose its light.
Not very legendary, dear stalker.
I swore an oath to Carlo. I swore I would never be late again. I won't lose anyone else! Not Romeo! No, not anyone!
This is so. Go on and show me. Share your pain. Show me your truest fears.
As you wish. I will carve dread into your eyes that will haunt you forever!
Oh, shit. Oh. I didn't know that there was, like, a hit after that. Okay, okay. Alright, that's good to know, chat. That's good to know. So I need to continue holding longer. I was not holding long enough at that time. Got it, got it. Okay.
Oh, how sweet! Now our guest of honor, Leia Florence Monad, takes the stage one more time.
This is the end! Die!
Oh, now this technique, this one I know. Whoa. Ouch!
Swore an oath to Carlo. I swore I would never be late again. I won't lose anyone else! Not Romeo! No, not anyone!
Go on then, show me! Share your pain! Show me your truest fears! Time to exit my stage!
Not good. Not good. Okay. Yeah, this is not good. Yeah, okay, okay. Let me see here. So, I think the big problem, chat, is, I do not have enough time to swap back over to my, grindstone, right? So, I think what I need to do is I need to swap the positioning just like I've done so that the grindstone is like right after the throwables and then I use the grindstone there. Okay, okay. Yeah, that's really tough.
Oh, how sweet! Now our guest of honor, Leia Florence Monad, takes the stage one more time.
Ouch! I will tear up your damn head and rip out your ego! That is, if your soul is even in there!
My soul? My soul is here, my soul is there, my art is my...
Swore an oath to Carlo! I swore I would never be late again!
Time to exit my stage!
Man, this is tough. This is really tough. Okay, okay. I can do this, chat. I know I can do this. It's just gonna take me a couple of attempts to learn the patterns and everything.
how sweet! Now our guest of honor, Leia Florence Monad, takes the stage one more time. Whoa! Oh my dear, you're far too slow. Too slow to save Romeo.
I will rip that foul mouth clean off your face!
Time to exit my stage.
Okay. So, during that attempt, he hyper-focused on me for quite a long while, which was really problematic, as I was not really able to, like, sneak in a heal or anything like that. So, I feel like in that scenario, I can't do anything except for die. Like, that is the only outcome. I don't see any other way around it.
Oh, how sweet! Now our guest of honor, Leia Florence Monad, takes the stage one more time. Oh, never fails. Humans are just so breakable. But even the legendary stalker fears the Reaper.
Shut up! Shut up! Shut up!
Not very legendary, dear stalker.
I swore an oath to Carlo. I swore I would never be late again. I won't lose anyone else! No, Romeo! No, not anyone!
Go on then, show me! Share your pain! Show me your truest fears!
As you wish. I will carve dread into your eyes that will haunt you forever!
That still manages to hit.
And foolish. How very human of you. Got you. Oh, do stay down this time. You know, I confess I'm growing very bored.
Let's fucking go. Fuck you, Arlecchino. Stay down. Stay the fuck down. Oh. Oh, yes.
It was fun while it lasted.
Oh shit, it's Romeo. Yo, Romeo's got the puppet arm.
Thank you. It's yours now. All this time, I wondered why you look so familiar. Now I know.
Hell yeah. Fuck yeah. That was a beautiful moment right there. Holy shit, chat. Holy shit. Oh my god. This is amazing. This music is so fucking good, chat. Gatito! Hi, Spring. Little kitty. Hi, Spring. What a beautiful little boy. Aw, look at the two of them. It's Eugenie and the kitty and Spring. Oh, that's adorable. Absolutely cute. I love that. Oh, it's Vanini and, Pulcinella. Hell yeah. Look at them smiling. Oh, hello there, Mad Donkey. I always knew you were right, buddy. Okay, so do I skip now that the first part of the credits is done, or do I sit back and I wait and I don't do anything? Oh, there's more. There's more pictures. There's Geppetto. I'm assuming that's his wife. That must be Camille, I think. Sophia. Okay, okay. There's Sophia. Lady Antonia. Oh, look at the gatito. Little kitties on the lap. That's adorable. That is very adorable. Oh, it's Eugenie. And it's Alidoro. Okay, King of Puppets. Okay, okay. Freaking goddamn Andreas. Stupid ass boss. Who is this? I don't know who that is. Oh, is that the lady with the baby? Okay. That is, that's Cecile, the nun. Okay, okay. Adelina? Mm-hmm. Oh, it's Julian. Julian and the Puppet Bride, yeah. Lady Antonia and, Polendina? In loving memory of Bomb Bomb. Oh, that's adorable. Un gatito. Bomb Bomb. That's so cute. Oof. Yeah, this is rough.
I believe in you. Carry on. Don't forget, this is your story now.
No fucking way. No fucking way. Stories that remain. There are stories that, however minutely, have been altered by your actions. Seek out the tales that remain in both the forgotten time and the present time. Interesting. So, if I understand correctly, chat, I could be wrong. I could be wrong. But at the end there, we saw Geppetto, and he came over, and he, you know, took out a box, which I believe had a puppet inside of it. And he then, I believe maybe he ordered the puppet to kill Romeo and Leia. If that is truly what happened, if Geppetto is the murderer of those two characters, that is fucking diabolical. That is evil as hell. And I'm gonna be honest, I can understand from a story perspective why they would write it that way, but I hate it. I hate it so much. Man, that is not a good ending that I like. I hate that a lot. Okay, okay. Let's see here. Oh, that's right, Krot City Hall. I remember this. I remember this, chat. Okay. Hawk. Wait. Hawk? Oh, Rosara. Thank you for becoming my friend again, my dearly missed.
You came. I knew you would. So happy to see you again. Friends always meet again. So I'll wait for you. Again at the world's end. Farewell. My forever friend. Who looks like my dear Carlo.
Oh shit. What's this? A child's drawing that looks very old. On the back are 2 sentences, each with different handwriting. Our beloved son, may your every day be as happy as this one. So, does that mean that Rosara is my sister? Or is she just like a friend? Huh. That is really interesting. Really, really interesting. This game is so incredibly mysterious, but also at the same time, I love the mystery. I love the interesting aspects of the game that are not, you know, not just like told to you immediately, that you kind of discover as you play through the game. Oh, the painting. Hell yeah. That's absolutely beautiful. Painter's Sky. Okay. What is this, chat?
The painting. This must have been Leia's room. Who knew her memories were so close?
My dearest Carlo, listening to this song always reminds me of you. Do you remember the time we all gathered to play this piece together? We were happy then. They were precious, if all too short moments of happiness. Perhaps those times were so precious because of their brevity. Why is it that we humans always look for more when happiness is already in our grasp? I couldn't appreciate what we had then, but that wasn't because I found you tiresome. After breaking ties with the Monad family, I was lost. I could barely take care of myself. So taking responsibility for you and Romeo, it was more than I could bear at the time. But in the end, you two saved me. You washed away all the spite and hatred in my heart. Legendary Stalker. A worthless title. That cruel end should never have been your fate. It was only when I held your pale, cold face in my hands that I understood that we should have stayed together. That I should never have left the two of you. But now you belong to the past. I shouldn't cry. It happens to us all. Eventually, I will join you there as well. No one lives forever. So in time, we will meet again. And in that moment, my wish is that I get to sit with you as the light of the sunrise washes over us, and we share a laugh. Together, your teacher, Leia.
You know, chat, I think that Leia passing away, right? It is to be expected. It is something that had to happen, right, in order for the story of Pinocchio to begin, right? However, I think I don't like the idea that Geppetto was the one that killed Leia. I think that's the problem that I have, because, in my opinion, Leia should not ever have lost to someone like Geppetto. I feel like that's just not something that should be possible. Oh. Interesting, interesting. Okay. My boy Alidoro. He's gone. Oh, this saddens me, chat. This saddens me. Alright. Let me check my Steam. What are we currently at? Collect and listen to all records. Okay, okay. Hmm. 2 a.m., huh? Okay. So, chat, here's what I think we're going to do. Right now, it is 2 a.m. in the morning for me. And, tomorrow, or I guess technically today, right? I am going to be spending some time with some amazing friends of mine, some beautiful friends of mine that I cannot wait to hang out with. So, I think I need to go to sleep, and I need to wake up somewhat early in the morning. I think we're going to go ahead and pause the game here. And I want to give you guys a full disclaimer and let you know that I think what I'm going to end up doing is all of the different records that we have here that we collected from Overture. I'm going to listen to all of them off stream, kind of just like in my own free time, because, you know, I think that there are obviously people out there who do love and appreciate music, but there's also people out there where if I am doing a live stream, right, if I'm streaming Lies of P, I think a lot of people want to come to a Lies of P stream and watch gameplay. They want to watch combat. They don't really want to watch someone, you know, listening to the music tracks. So I think I'll go ahead and do this offline, and I'll get the final Steam achievement for Lies of P. And what we'll do is, you know, for those of you who don't remember about this, if we take a look at the base game, right? So if we go to teleport and we go to base game, I stopped here at the beginning of chapter 10, right? So we still need to go through the rest of the game, and we still need to, you know, beat the side bosses, the main bosses. We need to explore the different areas. We need to eventually reach Simon Manus and you know, reach the end of the base game. So all of this content that we still have left to do, I will be playing that in future live streams, right? Yeah. So here is what I'm thinking, chat. Here's my thought process. The next time that I am like scheduled to go live and stream is Friday, June 27th, right? Friday, June 27th. That is a day when I'm scheduled to say hello to you guys and catch up with everyone. I don't know if I will be able to do more live streams throughout the week, you know, Monday through Thursday. But there might be a chance. This week that we have here, which is June 23rd through the 27th, it is basically my final week of the spring quarter at my school. And so, you know, I know for a fact, I checked my schedule for this week, and I know for a fact that I have 2 different, like, assignments. One of them, I believe, is, let me see here. One of them is a homework assignment, and then the second one is a final exam. Yeah, so we have a homework assignment for my accounting class, and then a final exam for my economics class. So I think that very likely the final exam that I have to do, it is due on Wednesday night. It's due on Wednesday night. I do not believe that I will be streaming on Wednesday. You know, normally I don't stream anyways, right? But I think the chance of me doing a spontaneous stream is 0. As for Tuesday, Tuesday is when I have the accounting homework that is due on Tuesday night. So I do not believe that I will be able to live stream on Tuesday, because I have that homework, and I think I also maybe have the opportunity to start the economics final exam on Tuesday if I want to. I don't know what time it starts. Let me see here if I click on it. Okay, so yeah, the final exam for my economics class, it starts on Tuesday at 9 a.m. and then, you know, the deadline for it is Wednesday night at 11:30 p.m. So yeah. I have those 2, you know, tasks, school objective things that I need to do, which means that I'm gonna say that Tuesday and Wednesday of this week, very, very, very likely, I think the chance of me going live and streaming is 0%. Yeah. However, maybe, you know, today is technically Monday, right? So maybe Monday night I can do another live stream, or perhaps like Wednesday night, or not Wednesday, sorry, like Thursday night I could do a stream. But I'm not going to promise anything. I'm not going to guarantee anything. You know, obviously those are days whenever I normally am not scheduled to stream anyways. But yeah, maybe I'll get some energy, some motivation, and I'll find the desire to stream some Lies of P, and we can do a spontaneous stream throughout the week. However, uh, uh, you know, the bottom line, the sort of yeah, the guaranteed thing that's going to happen is even if I don't stream, Monday through Thursday, I will be streaming, I will be live on Friday, and I'll see you guys then, and we can enjoy some more Lies of P gameplay. Yeah. I'm very much looking forward to my next live stream. That's gonna be awesome. Yeah, I cannot believe that we managed to beat the DLC. I think it took us, what, 5 days? Like 5 streams to, get through the entire DLC. That is absolutely mind-blowing to me. I thought it would take me a lot longer because of how difficult the DLC was. Like, there were some areas, some bosses, some enemies that existed where I was like, dude, this is so incredibly difficult. It feels almost impossible. But, yeah, we managed to make it through, and I'm very, very happy about that. I would say, if I were... Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and talk about Lies of P, and I'm going to talk about the base game, I'm going to talk about the DLC, and I'll talk about, like, the overall experience as a whole. I think the best way I can say it is that my #1 favorite game in the world is Sekiro Shadows Die Twice. I love Sekiro so much. My #1 favorite video game ever. If I were to say that Sekiro is a 10 out of 10 video game, in my opinion, then I think Lies of P is definitely, without a doubt, an 8 out of 10 minimum in terms of quality. There is an argument that can be made where someone could, explain and attempt to convince me that Lies of P is a 9 out of 10 game, which, is not an unfair opinion to have. I think the only reason why I would not give Lies of P a 9 out of 10 is because even though this game is absolutely objectively a work of art, there are still some things in the game that really piss me off. There are some enemies in the game, some areas of the game, some bosses in the game that really, really grind my gears. And, every time that I think about the problems, the flaws that this game has, it stops me from rating this game so highly and giving it a 9 out of 10. I think that, I'm not really someone who prefers to give scores where it's like, decimals. For example, 9.5 or 7.5 or 6.5 or whatever, right? I'm not really a decimal kind of guy. However, if I were to give, a score to Lies of P, I think the highest possible score I could give it would be an 8.5 out of 10. It is really damn good, but the missing 1.5 that I, took away from the score out of 10, the 1.5 that is not there is because of all of the things that I dislike, all of the things that I do not enjoy about Lies of P. However, it is still a really, really, really solid game, and I appreciate it for what it is. I would say that it's a really, really tough call. I think that there is a possibility Lies of P is my second favorite, Souls-like or Souls game of all time, right? So if you take From Software games and then you also take a lot of different Souls-like games and you kind of put them together in a bag, right? I think that Lies of P may potentially be my second favorite of all time. It is basically competing with Elden Ring as my, other alternative choice. I really like Elden Ring, and I think that Elden Ring plus the Shadow of the Erdtree DLC is a magnificent experience that I think anyone and everyone out there should, try at least once in their life. Yeah, I think, I would say one of the advantages that Elden Ring has compared to Lies of P is that with Elden Ring, let's say that there is, a really annoying, really frustrating enemy or a boss, right? In Elden Ring, you have so many different choices of how to handle the situation. You can use various types of weapons. You can use various types of sorcery, various types of incantations. You can use like very different collectible items, right? The freedom and the choice that you're given in Elden Ring is absolutely incredible. And I think that in Elden Ring there are annoying enemies and annoying bosses, without a doubt. I know for a fact that there are bosses that I hate fighting in Elden Ring. However, there are ways to make those boss fights a piece of cake. And, it is, it's not very limiting or restrictive at all. And I really, really appreciate that. Whereas, if you take a look at Lies of P, right? I feel like with Lies of P, if you get stuck in a particular area, in a particular situation in Lies of P, you have different tools that you can try to rely on. You have like throwable items, you have the grindstone, you have the Legion arm, you have the abrasives, right? All of that sort of stuff. And I feel like sometimes it can be rare. It can be rare. But sometimes I feel like the resources you have at your disposal in Lies of P may not be enough. It may not be able to, increase your chances of success by a crap ton. To give you an example, right? If we take a look at the fight that we just now barely won, which was the Arlecchino fight, I feel like, obviously, I know that what I'm about to say is not actually reflecting what happened in the battle, but the way that I felt whenever I fought Arlecchino is that me using throwables against the boss was not incredibly effective. And the reason why I say that is because, what would happen is I would throw the, particular items, right? Like the battery cell or the thermite or the acid canister, right? Or acid bottle. So I would throw those items at the boss and it would deal damage, right? And it was good at dealing damage against Arlecchino. However, what would happen is that Arlecchino, he would aggro onto me because I'm obviously, getting his attention, I'm attacking him. And if I was not prepared, if I was not able and ready to parry, then I would get like one shot or two shot by Arlecchino very easily within a couple seconds. And it was just like, yeah, it was just done. It was over with, right? So while I do think that the resources you were given in Lies of P can definitely make a difference and can be beneficial, can be helpful in a boss fight, sometimes it is not entirely enough, and you may not have enough resources to push you over the edge and get you that win, that victory against the boss, right? Yeah, I think that's all I have to say about that particular, aspect of the game. Other than that, everything else was beautiful in terms of music, in terms of visual design, in terms of the lore, the story. It was just magnificent, absolutely beautiful. Yeah. I think the main thing that's holding back, so specifically for the Overture DLC, the main thing that I had a problem with was that there were a lot of side bosses in the DLC that I really hated. That I felt like the side bosses were so annoying and frustrating that I was like, I don't even know if it's worth fighting these side bosses in order to progress forward, right? Yeah, but I think like the good news is that I would say there was like two, significant side bosses in the game. Two side bosses where, you would fight them, and after you fought them, you would remember that you fought them because of how like unique of a fight they were, right? And for those two side bosses, I think that only one of them out of the two is a required side boss in order to progress forward. I could be wrong, but I think only one of them is required. Yeah. But other than like some bosses being just garbage and I don't like them in the DLC, everything else was just It was magnificent. I will never ever forget getting to play and getting to experience the DLC for the very first time. This was a magical journey, and I'm very happy that I was able to take it. So yeah. Let me see here, chat. So here's what we're gonna do. Before we exit, before we you know, leave the game, I actually want to go over here. Let's see. You know what I can do? Give me a second, chat. Level up. Beautiful. Okay. And then let's go here. Upgrade weapon. This is a great sword, apparently. Okay, interesting. Monad's Rose Sword. Hell yeah. We're upgrading this immediately, chat. I think this weapon right here is probably going to be my brand new, like, main weapon. Maybe. I really like this weapon. It's so fucking dope. Yeah, I really like it. Okay. I have 7 of the full moonstones. 7 of them, huh? You know what? I'm gonna upgrade the bow. There we go. Upgrade the bow to level 5. That way I can deal some pretty good damage from afar with it. Nice. Okay, and then... let's see here. Let's take... this weapon, and this weapon. Oh, it's a flamethrower. Okay. 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 What does LBX do? Okay. I think it probably boosts the fire damage, if I'm not mistaken. Increases the handle's fire attack. Nice. Okay. And then let's try this. Ooh, that's nice. Yeah, that's real nice. You know, chat, I think this is a good weapon. I like this weapon a lot. Alright, what's the next weapon? This one is... okay. Oh, it's an electric weapon. Ooh, okay. So then X. Ah, I see, okay. And then LBX. Ooh, okay. Oh, so if you hold it, the lightning goes for longer. Okay, okay. What is this weapon here? Interesting, interesting. Oh, it sprays acid. Okay, okay. Okay, alright, alright. That is a very fascinating weapon. Okay. So we have fire, we have electric, and we have acid. That's really, really good. Okay. Then we have... what else do we have here? We have Death's Talons. That's right. And then we also have Pale Knight. Okay, let's try it out. Okay. Ooh, that's really fast. I like that. Okay. Ooh, I really like that, chat. Hell yeah. Okay. And then LBX. What is that ability? Temporarily enter a state of fury. In this state, all weapon attacks are enhanced. Okay. That doesn't really explain a lot, but I guess I'll take it for what it is. Okay. Alright. So we tried that. What about this weapon? Alright. Oh, it's like a shotgun. Alright. Ooh, that's really fucking cool. Okay, LBX. So I think it kind of makes it more explosive. Enhance explosion attacks. Yeah, okay. Damn. I have to say, this weapon is pretty cool. I kind of like this weapon. Damn, okay, okay. Let's see here. Upgrade weapon. So this one requires Dark Moon, Dark Moon. Hidden Moon, Hidden Moon, Hidden Moon. Okay, okay. Alright, so I've got them to +3. And what I need is I need more full Moonstones of the Covenant. Which, I don't know how many more I can get during this playthrough. But next playthrough we can definitely get more of those items. And then this one. So let's go ahead and upgrade these ones as much as we possibly can. Because I really do like these weapons here. Oh, I'm out of Ergo. Yeah, yeah, okay. That's fair, that's fair. Add Ergo. Very nice, very nice. Okay, okay. Beautiful. Ooh, ran out of Ergo. Okay. Beautiful. Okay, all +10. Let's also alter handle. So, for the sword... Ooh. Let's go for technique. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Technique for sure. Okay. So that one's technique. This one... Ooh, technique goes to S. Let's fucking go. I like that. Okay. Motivity B, technique C. Oh, so if I change this to motivity A... Oh, man. I don't know if this is worth it, chat. It may not be worth. Advance. Yep, we'll do advance for this one. Oh, wait, I ran out of Ergo. I'm stupid. I am dumb, chat. Give me a second. Okay. Let's look at these. Okay, yeah. Advance. Oh, this one does not have any advance at all. Yeah. Man, this is unfortunate. You know, I don't really want to, I don't really want to, like, take this, weapon and try to, like, make it into a technique weapon. Same thing with the Pale Knight, because I feel like if you try to, you know, use a technique crank on these two weapons, it kind of makes it so that the stats, you know, if you take a look right now, they are currently Motivity B and Technique C. And what you're basically doing is you're flip-flopping that, right? You're just, you know, reversing the scaling. And I feel like when you reverse the scaling like that, it does not really like buff the weapon a whole ton if you are not a Motivity build, and if you're like a technique build. Using a technique crank on this weapon here, I don't think it is a significant improvement. I think it's kind of minuscule. So yeah, I think I'll just leave these two as it is. And maybe what I'll do is, if I like continue to play the game and I continue to get ergo and level up, I can eventually level up my motivity and maybe get my motivity to like level 40 or level 60 or something like that. And then, you know, at that point I can start using these two weapons. But yeah, I think for now we will leave those weapons as is I think what we'll do. Okay. Yeah, no thanks. Don't need any of those. Alrighty then, chat. Alrighty, righty, tighty. I don't think that there's anything else that I want to do. Let me see here. Use storage. Do I want to put any of these items away? I will put... There we go. Give me those three weapons. Weapons. Okay, okay. I'm gonna put this weapon away here. Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna put this weapon away. I'm gonna put the Pale Knight away, because it's a motivity weapon. Assemble. I will keep this one. I'm gonna disassemble this one. And then... yeah. Yeah, I think this looks good, chat. I think we're chilling. Love the one that looks like a rocket while you run. Oh, I think that's the Lance one, right? The Lorenzini rocket or whatever? Yeah, I think I know that one. Have to go and rest now? Okay. Buenos noches, Osito. Gracias, gracias. I appreciate you a lot. Thank you so much. And, yeah, I can't wait to watch your next Lies of P stream. I can't wait to see you go through the journey yourself. Thank you so much for, you know, being here and watching. I appreciate you. Okay. Use storage. So I can get rid of this weapon. I can get rid of this weapon. Okay, I'll keep those ones. Gracias, Osito. 90 bits, I appreciate it. You didn't have to do that. Gracias. It's your turn to suffer, but it's time to end the game. Yeah. I'm looking forward to your next stream. I can't wait to see you play Lies of P again. It's gonna be awesome. I can't wait. Alright. I think that's good, chat. I think we've done everything. I believe we can exit the game now. I think we've done everything that we wanted to, so we're chilling. Let me go and grab the golden coin fruit, and then we can go back to the title screen. Tomorrow is certain? Nice, nice. Okay. I will see you hasta mañana. Hasta mañana. Buenas noches. Have a good night, and rest well. I think, usually, Osito, at the end of her stream, she says, descansa? I think it's descansa, if I'm not mistaken. Which means, it's kind of a way of saying, you know, get some good sleep, rest well. Okay. Yeah, okay. Let's do it, chat. Let's go ahead and title screen? Yes. Exit to the title. Oh damn, we're back to the fire title screen. Okay, okay. Alright. Alrighty then, chat. Let me see here. Settings. Let's go to audio. Turn it down to 2. And then we can turn it back up later. Yeah. Chat, there we go. This is my complete journey of going through the Lies of P Overture DLC from the beginning to end. I think I will be uploading, you know, all of these different VODs to YouTube, you know, just to save them so that Twitch doesn't permanently delete them at some point. For anyone out there who's watching this on YouTube, thank you so much. Appreciate you. I hope you guys enjoyed getting to watch me suffer, getting to watch me lose my mind at this game. It was a lot of fun. I really, really enjoyed it. But, yeah. That's going to be it for today, chat. We are going to end the stream here, and I'm going to check and see if anyone is live right now. I don't know if anyone's awake, but we shall see. Let's take a look. So, YouTube, Twitch. Hello, Twitch. How are you doing, Twitch? Let's go to here. Ooh, alright. Alright, here's what we're gonna do, chat. So this dude, oh, he is fighting with her. Okay, nice. Hell yeah. Yeah, so this dude right here, chat, his name is Archdingus. He is a wonderful human being. He's an Australian streamer, and he is currently playing Lies of P Overture right now. He is fighting the final boss of the DLC, aka Arlecchino, the boss that we just barely managed to defeat, right? So, yeah, he's currently in the middle of the fight. We want to, you know, try and raid over to, you know, his channel as quickly as possible. So, yeah, let's hopefully raid over before he manages to get the win. And we get to watch him experience the fight, and hopefully we eventually get to watch him conquer the boss and win. So let's see here. I'm going to do sub-raid, and then I'm going to do, nope, raid, and then I'm going to do this, Arch, Din, yes, I think I spelled it right. Yeah, I spelled it right. Okay, perfect. So, chat, let me get my, my outro song ready here. Okay, perfect. And let me grab our favorite little mascot over here. Oh, look at this boy go. Look at this boy go. Chat. My lovely, beautiful, amazing chat. thank you so much for an amazing stream today. I had an absolute blast getting to finish the DLC. I can't believe that we have reached the conclusion. It feels like just yesterday we started the entire thing, but what a journey. I'm always going to remember it. I cannot wait to continue playing Lives of P, you know, finishing the base game, and, you know, eventually I will replay the DLC for a second time, right, without a doubt. I can't wait until then, but for now, it's going to be good night. It's going to be farewell. I will see you guys. What I'm going to say is I will see you guys on Friday, which is June 27th. I don't know if I will be able to see you guys before then, so at the very least, Friday, June 27th, I will for sure guaranteed see you guys then for another live stream and more fun. Can't wait for it. Thank you so much for tuning in today, and I hope you guys have a wonderful rest of the day or night out there. As I always love to say to everyone, please stay safe, stay happy, stay healthy. Eat lots of yummy delicious food. Make sure you guys drink plenty of water. Always, always, always stay hydrated. Bottom line, take care of yourselves out there, right? Yeah. Take care of yourselves out there. Stay comfy, stay cozy. And to all of you, whether you are watching the stream, you currently are watching the stream, or you will be watching the VOD in the future, thank you from the bottom of my heart. You guys are awesome. You guys are the best. Have a wonderful rest of the day or night. I think I already said that like 20 times, but do that, right? And I'm going to say good night. I'm going to say peace out, farewell from me, and I will see you guys at the end of this next week. Yeah. Okay. Bye-bye, guys. Good night. Much love. Bye.